Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are at, and welcome to Metro's Energy Resiliency Summit. This is one of those unfortunate limitations of broadcasting a live event where I say, good morning, energy professionals, and I don't get to hear anything in return. So I will assume that everyone is yelling good morning at the top of their lungs. Welcome in and please get comfy. This is our third and final event in this series of discussions on energy resilience at Metro and in the region. I am Craig Ryder, Senior Director of Sustainable Development and Innovation here at LA Metro, and I am your host for the summit. For those of you that are joining for the first time, it's great to have you here with us today. And for those of you that have been on this journey from the beginning, welcome back. We have an exciting day planned. Well, as exciting as electrical engineering and energy planning can be. What is very exciting are the leaders that we have speaking today, who are going to share their strategies on how to make energy resilience a reality. We're so grateful to all of you for the time you have dedicated today and over the past year to spend with us discussing the very complex subject of energy resilience. We know that this is a difficult time during the COVID pandemic. We had originally intended to have this be an in-person event at the beautiful ticketing hall at Union Station, but that was not our reality or part of this journey. Instead, we are here today online and making the best of the situation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the frontline workers, healthcare workers, law enforcement and first responders, caretakers, construction workers, and all the essential workers throughout the sectors who continue to work and take the risk to keep us healthy and keep LA moving forward and our economy stable. I would also like to take just a 10-second pause to mourn for those who have been taken by COVID and those that continue to suffer. You are in our hearts. 10 seconds starting now. Let's all stick together, follow the rules, get vaccinated, and get through this challenging time. Okay. Let's start with a short video that tells an inspiring story about what we are doing here at LA Metro. Please play the video. Yes, please join us on this journey. As you can see, there's a lot happening at Metro, and we are doing everything we can to prepare for the future. Over these series of events, we have asked the question, can Metro be up if the grid is down? This question can really be applied to any operation that relies on electricity to function. We, here at Metro, are focused on sustainable transit and electrifying our fleets, while providing a safe and reliable service to the public, a service that people rely on for their livelihoods. So when we ask the question, can Metro be up if the grid is down, we have to know the answers and find solutions to ensure continuity of operations. The strategies and innovations that we have heard and the ones that we will hear today could make energy resilience a reality, not only here at Metro, but for our region, other transit agencies, and for everyone that has joined us here at the summit. Everyone has a sphere of influence and clients and operations that you are responsible for. We are all in this energy resilience challenge together. We have to collaborate, share ideas, be transparent, evolve the industry, have top-down leadership, work with the utilities, support the energy programs, take advantage of grants, and of course, be good stewards of our taxpayers' money, which during this time, this budget crisis we are all in, it is more important than ever. But it can and it will be done. It is collaborations like this that drive innovation and push the boundaries of what's possible. It's us, the energy industry, the government, the utilities, academia, and the private sector, small, medium, and large companies working together to solve the challenges of energy resilience. And that is exactly what we will see today in Metro's Energy Resiliency Summit. Next slide. I'd like to discuss the agenda for today. But before I go into the agenda, I want to give one little tool tip. I want to remind everyone about the show Q&A option in Microsoft Teams, which is the platform we're using today. The show Q&A icon is in the toolbar, and it looks like two overlapping dialog boxes with a question mark in it. I recommend that you click on this and have it open during the event. This is where we will post links and where you can ask questions to the presenters. Okay, the agenda. The summit has a packed agenda, starting with a welcome speech from Metro's CEO, Phil Washington. Then we will hear a keynote from Metro's Chief Sustainability Officer, Chris Laban, whose theme is to act now, together and unified. Next, we're going to recap our findings from the previous events so that we can show how we built on the events over the 3 events over the past year. Next, we're going to hear presentations from 3 industry leading companies, Indian Energy, GDS Associates, and Gannett Fleming, who were all selected as part of our round 2 request for white papers. All 3 companies will be presenting energy technology and solutions. After the lunch intermission, we will hear a keynote speech from David Hochschild, the chair of California's Energy Commission, who will be providing a vision for California's energy challenges. After the keynote, we'll have the top minds in sustainability in our region on our expert panel discussion about energy resilience. The panel will be co-moderated by Metro's Executive Officer of Sustainability, Heather Repenning, and the chair of Metro's Sustainability Council and the former mayor of Culver City, Thomas Small. That will be an exciting discussion as they discuss strategies for energy, climate change, and who knows what other resiliency topics will come up. Next slide. Next, I want to talk about our live survey that we're going to have going throughout the entire summit. Our survey is a priority, is to survey the priorities for energy resiliency framework. As I mentioned, this is a live survey, meaning it will update as each person submits their answers. Please go to the next slide. Please complete this survey using your phone or your computer. The link is pollev.com/Metro ECSD 008. It's also at the top of this slide, and our producer just posted it in the show Q&A box that I mentioned earlier. And all you have to do is click on it and take the survey. When you go to the site, you're going to see a list of 7 options for a proposed framework. Those 7 options, which are in no particular order at this time, are cross-coordination between government, academia, planners, owners, and operators, integrated federal, state, and local regulations and policies. The third is understanding long-term maintenance requirements. The fourth is alignment on sustainability, performance, security, and affordability. The next is guarantee continuity of operations. Then develop long-term financeable plan. And then top-down leadership and strategic vision. As I mentioned, these are in no particular order right now, and we are asking you to tell us what you think are the highest priorities by using the arrows to put them in order from top to bottom. The one on the top is the highest priority, second, third, and so on. If you click on each option, the arrows will show up and you can move the task up or down. As your answers are submitted, they'll be updated real time, and we will provide updates throughout the summit and discussing these priorities at the end. Please remember to take this survey. I'll remind you a couple times throughout the event. As you can see, they're already starting to be prioritized on the screen. And as more surveys get submitted, these will continue to update and we can have a real discussion around what that framework is going to look like. Okay, next slide, please. Next, we want to kick off this event with a message from Phil Washington. Philip A. Washington, who really needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway, is the Chief Executive Officer for Los Angeles County's Metropolitan Transportation Authority. As CEO of Metro, he leads an agency that runs the United States' third busiest transit system with 2,200 clean air buses, 6 rail lines covering 98 miles, and 4 additional rail projects in construction. Phil was instrumental in the 2016 effort to pass Measure M, a half-cent sales tax in Los Angeles County that helps build 40 major highways and transit projects over the next 40 years and will change the face of Los Angeles County. Measure M is the largest modern works program in North America and includes new rail and bus rapid transit lines, as well as highways, active transportation, and state of good repair, local transportation projects for Los Angeles County. Philip has a distinguished career in the military, retired as a disabled vet with 24 years of service in the United States Army, and he has held rank of Command Sergeant Major. Very impressive. It's the highest position a non-commissioned officer could achieve. Philip is originally from South Side Chicago. Phil holds a BA in Business Administration from Columbia and an MA in Management from Webster University. On behalf of Chris LeBon and the team, thank you, Mr. Washington. Play the video.
Thank you, Chris. I'm happy to be joining you all today. Metro's Energy Resilience event series is really important for the future of Metro, for LA County, and for our nation. So I want to thank all of you for being a part of it. Metro continually integrates the principles of sustainability in all aspects of our decision-making, our services, and projects. This includes seeking out and implementing innovative solutions to improve air quality, reduce greenhouse gases, protect natural resources, reduce waste, and ensure emergency resiliency. So I'm thrilled to read these white papers and see the presentations. In September of last year, the Metro Board approved the bold, comprehensive Moving Beyond Sustainability Plan for the region. MBS outlines our sustainability strategy for the next decade. The goal is to combat climate change and reimagine a more prosperous, healthy, and equitable future for LA County. Among the plan's specific goals are the transition of our bus fleet from CNG to 100% electric by the year 2030, and we're making really good progress toward that goal. In July of last year, Metro was proud to announce the deployment of our first zero-emission electric 60-foot bus to the popular G line, previously called the Orange Line. 40 new all-electric buses from New Flyer have been delivered to date. These new state-of-the-art electric buses are the future of transportation here in Los Angeles County. The G line has been fully converted to all electric buses, complete with en route charging stations. It's a first for the region and a first for Metro. Our next step is to convert the J line, previously called the Silver line. In total, as of right now, we have about 220 million in electric buses and associated charging equipment being procured. With these electrification efforts in full swing, ensuring the resilience of the energy systems that power our buses and rail system is critical, not only to ensure continuity of operations, but also as part of our overall climate strategy. So I appreciate all the innovative work you're doing to further that mission. It's extremely important to Metro. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you, Mr. Washington, for your leadership and words of encouragement. Next, we have our morning keynote speech for Metro's Chief Sustainability Officer, Dr. Chris Laban. Chris has more than 25 years of experience in environmental and sustainability policy, urban planning, environmental science, civil and environmental engineering, and geology. He oversees Metro's internationally recognized environmental and sustainability initiatives. He is also very involved with transportation and environmental industry and research activities, particularly as the chair of several American Public Transportation Association, or APTA, subcommittees, and an expert member of the California Climate Safe Infrastructure Working Group. Thank you, Chris, and good morning. Handing it over to you.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this third of a series of our summit. You will hear a little different of keynote from me this morning because I just want to say that this is somewhat of a personal journey for me. I moved here from the Philippines when I was a teenager, and unlike many of our countrymen, I never really dreamed of coming to America. I had a relatively comfortable life that while we did not have much over there, we got by and survived. I remember those days in the motherland when putting food on the table is a daily struggle. You know, there were also consistent power outages, slower pace of life through traffic choked streets. And I've seen that here in Los Angeles. I've seen that in many parts of the country that I've lived in. And, you know, despite all that, you know, life kept moving on. And like many of you, I sometimes reminisce those days of the old country and where I moved from or where I came from. I never imagined that life will reveal itself in the way that I see it now. And throughout my career, you know, I've seen many opportunities. And whether that was created for me or created by me, it never ceases to amaze me of the immense consequences that small actions and decisions we make here in LA Metro have significant consequences to my life and to the people that we serve. Here at LA Metro, this is one of the largest transportation systems in the world, the cleanest transportation here in the United States, operating in one of the largest economies, where our jurisdiction is greater than 41 states in the whole country. As I've said, our decisions affect millions of people locally and regionally, including at least here in the transportation industry. In just 15 years, we have transformed our organization from a reactionary entity to being a world-class leader in environmental stewardship, sustainability, and resiliency. In those same years, we have impacted the lives of individuals through the policies that we are implementing, through the infrastructure that we made and continue to make, and the multitudes of social and economic programs that we created. In reflecting on what we have done to date, I realize that the key to many of these visionary and innovative ideas is the fact that we never really grew up. That might sound negative, but let me explain. Looking back at when we were children, we said what we thought, not mincing words to communicate ideas across. We were eternally curious about our surroundings. We did not care about failing. We fell, we got hurt, we cried, then we moved on. And somehow by instinct, we refrained from doing things that might hurt us or others. And those that made us scared, those things that made us scared, strengthened our character. As we grew up, though, we settled for the comfortable. We became more reserved in how we deal with others. We settled for what we could show for or get now. The sense of urgency, all the time, every time. We became very hurt by life. And what we do in all of these, for what we're trying to do here today, makes sense. A year or so ago, we discovered that one of our key vulnerabilities as an organization is the energy supply for our continuity of operations. And that's the same thing that our CEO had mentioned as well. And that's at the top of mind of many of our transit-dependent populations. We have made significant strides since then. We updated our resiliency framework. We developed a distributed energy resources strategy. We identified technologies to increase our energy resiliency. We also developed and started to implement low carbon energy tactics that would fulfill our 2030 and 2050 GHG goals. We continue to engage with strategic partners to develop co-beneficial projects. And finally, we leverage limited fiscal resources during these times of the pandemic to execute on common regional projects. In the past two sessions of the summit, we have provided you or our stakeholders the following: our problem statement, meaning our challenges as an organization. We also provided some organizations an opportunity to imagine with us feasible solutions to those challenges. We brought together experts to discuss the challenges and opportunities that we should consider. In other words, we aimed to learn from others, and we did. What makes today unique? We will hear today of solutions that we believe could be viable for our organization and how those organizations are thinking of going about it. We'll also hear today about what some of the state and regional leaders would like to see and continue to see as challenges to implementation. We'll make you think about these ideas and in the end, challenge you. In other words, in the past year, we hoped a lot, but today, we will translate hope into action. Again, thinking back when you were a child, and this is my challenge to all of you, today and moving forward. Say what you need to tell us on how much we should do and how much more we should do. Please tell us as candidly as you can. Work with us to reimagine a transportation system that remains sustainable but more resilient. Forget about any limitations that might hinder any of these progress. We incorporate the value of diversity, equity, and inclusion in these solutions. And we challenge you to do that as we talk with you with these strategies. And finally, facing the threats of climate and wind resources head on. The pandemic had put a dent on our progress, but in the past few months, we demonstrated we overcame. Together, this is your metro. It's not just LA Metro, this is your metro. Let's make it serve you the best, environmentally, socially, and economically. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you to our staff for putting all this together. Please enjoy your day, and we'll see you again later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for your leadership and dedication to sustainability and environmental compliance. Next, I want to take a few moments to recap what we've heard from the first two events to set the table for our discussion today. Metro's infrastructure provides critical services to residents throughout Los Angeles County, both in terms of routine transportation services as well as emergency response. In the coming years, Metro will need to implement advanced strategies to meet our energy and climate change goals, many of which Chris just spoke to, and ensure the energy resiliency of our systems. especially as we build out our rail system and electrify our fleets and buildings. What we've heard over the past two events that have led us to this summit. Our goal for these events, for these three events, has been to build on the previous events to come to a crescendo at this summit. The first webcast was Metro, presenting on what we are doing to achieve energy resilience. The second event, the symposium, we heard from the boots on the ground folks, if you will, those who are implementing energy solutions in the field and making it happen. And now we're at the summit, our gathering of leaders in the industry to discuss the short-term actions that will lead to long-term benefits. During the Energy Resiliency webcast in May, we discussed Metro's service goals, our system development approach, our energy resiliency needs, and our initiatives that we are working on currently to date. We heard from several different departments at Metro, from planning and engineering to project development and operations, all with the challenge of how to make Metro more energy resilient. At that event, we also announced our first request for white papers to solicit ideas for energy resiliency solutions. At the Energy Resiliency Symposium in September, we heard presentations on 3 selected white papers outlining proposed systems, technologies, and solutions that can help advance Metro's energy resiliency goals. AECOM, Clearview Lighting, and Fusion ECST all presented at that event. We also had a robust panel discussion with representatives from government, utilities, academia, and the private sector discussing the roadmap for energy resilience. Throughout those events and across the 2 rounds of white papers, we have received some notable themes that have emerged, and I want to share those with you now. Next slide. The first is the co-benefits of energy resilience. Energy resiliency strategies can provide value far beyond keeping Metro's transit up and running. There's a strong nexus between these energy resiliency strategies and decarbonization, which is a regional priority and a societal necessity. Energy resiliency strategies can provide regional equity benefits by improving air quality and ensuring that communities have reliable access to mobility services. Electrifying our bus fleet and our other fleets creates opportunities for Metro to provide additional amenities such as cooling stations and using buses themselves as mobile energy banks that can function as distributed resources and be deployed back to the grid when needed. The second one is collaboration. And it's easy to say that everyone should be collaborating, but collaboration is key. Through our cross-section panel discussions and industry presentations, it became abundantly clear that developing solutions to these problems requires transparent and proactive collaboration across all the sectors in order to achieve a few key elements. One is to develop and test new technologies. 2 is to bring technologies to market. 3, reduce regulatory barriers. 4, incentivize adoption. And 5, identify funding strategies. Really, none of that can happen without collaboration across all the sectors. 3, a whole systems approach. The most effective energy resiliency solutions are holistic systems comprised of different technologies that work together. Through these events, there have been 5 main technology categories that were identified. 1, energy generation in the form of renewables. 2, energy storage. Energy storage is perhaps the most important piece of the puzzle to provide long duration backup and a smooth energy supply curve. 3, capturing wasted energy, particularly regenerative braking as it relates to rail systems. 4, vehicle to grid integration, or V2G. And 5, smart software management systems. All presentations that we've heard emphasize the importance of controls to sense outages, isolate loads, harden security, and manage energy use. The fourth theme that we've heard throughout these events is prioritized implementation. Distributed energy resources need to be prioritized to support not only the most important critical systems and functions, but they also have to be able to sense the systems and be able to adjust and be flexible and nimble. Energy resiliency technologies will never be able to support 100% of the normal load, at least not with our current technology systems that are available. So we have to really understand all the elements of our energy profile and make decisions about which components of the load are critical versus non-essential. Selective implementation is a key to making energy resiliency cost effective. Also, we need to focus on efficiency and load shedding in parallel to reduce unnecessary load, especially during outages, so that DERs that are implemented can support critical loads for as long as possible. And the last is technical readiness. Energy resiliency solutions are being tested and piloted in many locations around the world. And while they have proven effective, they have not achieved widespread adoption. There is still work to be done to improve the technical readiness of these technologies to enable mainstream implementation, in particular related to transit operations, which have very specific needs. This emphasizes the need for collaboration across sectors to develop, improve technologies, and clear the pathway for implementation. And we will be hearing more about that in our presentations coming up here shortly. These key themes that I've just mentioned are helping Metro make decisions for our energy efficiency framework, and we really sincerely thank you for this collaboration. Next slide. Next are 3 presentations from companies that submitted white papers as part of our round 2 of white paper requests. The 3 companies are Indian Energy, GDS Associates, and Gannett Fleming. So let's get started. Our first presentation is by Indian Energy, and it is on long duration energy storage demonstration projects. But before I introduce Indian Energy, I want to remind everyone that there will be a Q&A at the end of each presentation. All questions can be asked in the show Q&A chat box during the presentation and will be answered during the Q&A at the end of the presentation. All right, Indian Energy. Indian Energy is a boutique, sustainable energy development, microgrid integration, and microgrid asset owner and operations firm. We have 2 presenters today from Indian Energy, Alan G. Cadrew and Michael Ferenzi. Alan is the founder and CEO of Indian Energy. Mr. Cadrew has over 25 years in the electrical industry. His technical background and experience in utility scale power plant development allows him to provide a unique service to Indian tribes throughout the North American continent that are interested in large scale electric generation. Good morning, Alan. And next we have Michael Ferenzi, who is a director at Webcor Builders, who heads up a business unit focused on vertical construction and critical infrastructure for the defense and public sectors. His expertise stems from nearly 20 years building for Naval Facilities Engineering Command Southwest out of San Diego. Welcome, Michael and Alan. Handing it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryder.
Thank you.
With that said, this presentation will be focusing around our hybrid modular storage systems, which is a demonstration of long duration energy storage that does not include lithium ion. And we'll be speaking into some direct applications for LA Metro's resiliency initiatives. Next slide, please. So hitting the agenda here, we'll be introducing the team, the Indian Energy Regional Energy Program, the Indian Energy's Regional Energy Program strategies and approach, the HMSS project overview that will include some focus on our Area 52 rapid validation and commercialization test bed, along with the benefits to the region and the state, applications for LA metros, and then as Mr. Ryder indicated, we'll be opening up for some questions. Next slide, please. So team members, we have California Energy Commission, which is our state funding source, Indian Energy, the grant awardee and prime contractor. Our project site sponsor is Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. The principal investigator will be NAVFAC Expeditionary Warfare Center, WebCorps being our development partner and design builder, and then we have various to be determined technology partners. Proven team members, long-term relationships, as well as past CEC performances is really what I think makes the team special. Next slide, please. So an overview of the regional energy program. This includes Southern California tribes, the United States Navy and the Marine Corps, indigenous and landowners of Baja Norte, as well as multiple San Diego communities. This is typically, or not typically, but 4 gigawatts worth of clean generation, solar and wind, and 4 gigawatt hours worth of advanced energy storage assets. You can see here by the highlighted light blue, the RICU is aboard Camp Pendleton and will be speaking into the Area 52. We have our Eastern County 1 gigawatt worth of energy in the form of solar, wind, and storage, as well as the VICU, which is one of our other incubator and test beds that will be focused strictly on flywheel technologies that will be powered by solar fields. And then, as you can see, south of the US-Mexican border, there is a large wind, solar, and storage platform being developed in that region. Next slide, please. So the strategy and approach, this graphic was assembled here to kind of give us a visual of the crawl, walk, run, and the beautiful cliff divers there that was added by the Marine Corps. You can see in the crawl positioning the dependency highlighted in the darker gray. That triangle is an indication of dependency upon the utility. And so on the crawl side, we have tremendous reliance on the local utilities. And as we get to and through the process, as we walk, you can see the dependency gets smaller and smaller to the point in which we enter into the managing of the resiliency, which is complete independent generation from behind the meter approach. Down below, if you can't see that, we will be following up with the next slide, but that portion of this particular slide, it shows the Vieja Nation, which is a grant that has been awarded, the Area 52, which is the light green. Those entities feed Indian Energy's DoD regional program that involves multiple entities of our Department of Defense, specifically the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy. And then as you can see, that then output churns information and technologies capabilities into the overall regional aspect. And I'll get more into detail with the next slide, please. Okay, so the crawl, walk, run, you can see with the highlighted dotted lines that the Vieja's integration and certification unit, we refer to as the VICU, is approximately a $2 million effort to verify and elevate the current test readiness level 6, which we'll get into here in a moment with regards to the test readiness levels, to a test readiness level 9, to then integrate it into our Area 52 test bed, which is a commercialization once we certify that capability as a function of the energy storage providers' statements of capability. So as you can see here, the first projects granted, funded in partnership with the California Energy Commission is underway and is preparing to feed the pink middle circle, which is the DoD, as well as our tribal nations, that would then output into the regional aspect highlighted in the light purple. This would include the San Diego East County, as mentioned, the Ejido Farm south of the U.S. border, which would require international transportation of energy up into a much needed Southern California, San Diego region. And then, as mentioned, the tribal energy resiliency assets. And so RICU is equal or being stated as our rapid integration and commercialization unit. And we're excited about it. Next slide, please. So I'd like to turn this over to Mike Ferenzi, our director, and he heads the Area 52 development. Michael?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Craig and LA Metro for having us here to chat about what we're up to. And I want to kind of, before I dive in, just the emphasis of our program in this RICU is kind of like what I heard from Chris saying, which was the time to act is now. So it's about action and acting now. So the RICU, the Rapid Integration and Commercialization Unit at Camp Pendleton, is a multi-unit energy storage test harness that is meant to test long duration hybrid modular storage system. So kind of the system of systems approach to energy storage, creating plug and play modules that can be used for critical and essential infrastructure at both the facility level, but then being able to scale to the grid level. So showing capabilities and improving performance. We'll be identifying energy storage technologies that will fit into these test positions, that will have a number of capabilities, desired capabilities that you can see on the left, both from a charge discharge cycle, as well as degradation, thermal capabilities, and of course, very low price points. And so we'll be running this through. We're building out the harness currently now, we're in design. And then we'll be running these different modular storage systems through this process, running them, doing modeling and simulation with digital twins, and then using the RICU as a sort of a hardware in the loop system that then tests the performance of the energy storages, both individually, but then also collectively, looking to identify potential trends and opportunities in a multi-storage situation or a clustered type situation, which is, and as Alan will go to, is very relevant for LA Metro. LA Metro is a big, wide distributed system. So there's going to be multiple microgrids or multiple clusters that can operate independently, but also in unison and collectively, which is, I think, some great opportunities. Next slide. As Alan mentioned, the process of the technical readiness level, or technology readiness level, TRL, is kind of a scale, graduating scale from really 0 or 1 to 9, 1 being more of a bench type test system, really general and in principle, not much more than a tinker toy. Then it works up through the more aggressive and rigorous test positions up to a technical readiness level 6, which is a prototype that's been verified and can show commercial promise. And then from there, we'll take it into our system. We'll run it through the paces, doing things like UL listing if needed on site. Also understanding the capabilities, again, individually and collectively with other technologies, and then bringing it to a TRL level 9, where it's proven in a commercial setting and it's ready for distribution in a wider portfolio. And kind of the process, as I mentioned, is this iterative process where we're currently in the requirements and planning phase. We're doing a lot of R&D, getting ready for modeling, and then we'll move into implementation in the summer. Next slide. On implementation, so as we kind of go through that process, that iterative cycle of validation and commercialization, one principle that we'll be working particularly with the RICU will be what's called an OODA loop. So observe, orient, decide, and act. And really, again, the act being tweaking, fine-tuning, and identifying potential opportunities in a multi-technology setting. These batches, we call them, or test batches, are planned to commence this summer and then be anywhere from 6 to 12 months. And really, you know, we're looking to test non-lithium ion long duration energy storage. So kind of some of our main use cases are 100% renewable use cases that are riding through the evening, say in the winter months, and trying to understand those models and how energy storage can not only solve short-term problems, but also long-term problems and head towards that 100% renewable future. And I'm happy to say on this site in the past, we've demonstrated a 100% renewable commercial scale microgrid with the CEC a number of years ago. So, you know, we're kind of just taking it to the next level, hoping to break free some benefits and opportunities, not only for our customers, but then for the region and the state. And then we'll continue to iterate, feeding in new models and requirements, and then continue to make changes. And the result there would be right-sized solutions, business models, and use cases that are bankable, financeable, and ready to be deployed in a cost-effective manner today. Next slide. The use cases, some of the primary use cases, you know, really, they can be simplified down to peak shaving, long duration discharge, and then really cycling full depth, long duration discharge, both when connected to the grid as well as in an off-grid situation, so islanded. So really showing that 100% renewable, resilient solution and how that would operate, and how multiple systems like that would operate in unison. Next slide. Lastly, some of the benefits, as I mentioned, besides just the understanding and the information, the capabilities and right-sizing the technology, there's a number of benefits to the state and the local region, our partners, local tribes who are looking to glean information on how they themselves could protect from power safety shutoffs and how they could hold their loads using energy storage for their assets, as well as folks like the Department of Defense, who, of course, you know, they're in high fire threat zones. Their power goes off sometimes, or they need to provide power back to the grid to help the region from going dark. You know, not many folks know that the Department of Defense helped out Southern California in the summer and held San Diego from going dark. So a lot of great partnerships there with the Department of Defense and the California Energy Commission. I see the chairman, Mr. Hochschild's on, and they have a fantastic partnership. So bringing those folks together and providing feedback to the state, looking to create jobs, looking to localize technology, and really provide opportunities for policy and regulators to see what works and what doesn't, and just help, you know, if we can have our little shred of providing feedback and to customers like LA Metro and help with policy and guide and steer and ease this transition. So a lot of opportunities for everyone. And again, this is ongoing, and we're happy to be here. So with that, Alan, next slide, and I'll hand back over to you.
Thank you for that, Michael. So applications for LA Metro and backing into what Mike was speaking into earlier with regards to having a clear picture of the right sizing, and the sizing having the capability to handle the instantaneous loads. The waveforms you see before you with the black and blue are profiles of instantaneous energy that is being monitored on a couple of the stations within LA Metro. And as you can see, between 1350 and 1420, these are trains both entering and departing, along with the visualization of energy that has been generated through the regen braking system, which is all below the center line there, which is incredibly important in the sizing side. In our efforts aboard Camp Pendleton, and specific to the Area 52, the modeling of the energy profiles are incredibly important from that sizing standpoint that Mike referenced. And as you can see, if you are familiar with waveforms, that upper portion of these waveforms are being clamped. And this initial test phase, we utilize the specifications on Siemens equipment that is being used to power the trains, and our system was clamping the full level of charge. The data acquisition properly secured would be the peaks that you see that look like spears. That shows the full instantaneous draw on that particular train, either breaking in or departing. I'm mentioning this because this begins to show the value and the importance of identifying your energy profiles within your specific systems of systems, so that economically these systems are built to handle not only what is, but potentially scalability, so additional expansion can be deployed. And so with that, I think it's next slide, and I believe we go to, Michael, you want to take this guy here?
Well, and just as Alan mentioned, if you look at the load profile or any load profile, you match it with the capabilities of, say, energy storage or capacitors or load control measures. Really, a system of systems approach is the most effective to identify needs and capabilities. And really, you can do that with varying technologies, and that creates a deeper set of resiliency that we're looking to. And the concept was to LA Metro is to create that system of systems that leverages the needs and the strengths and creates a holistic solution. And then, in our program, and where we kind of fit in a technical readiness level and kind of that readiness from 6 to 9 and having bankable solutions. So it's a great program. We're thrilled again to be talking with LA Metro and to be able to provide and share, collaborate information to better their model and hopefully better the resiliency posture and the sustainability posture for the system. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Al, and say thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'd like to just make a general comment with regards to the energy security aspect of it. The Area 52, that output platform will be secure from a energy security aspect, specifically to cyber threats. So with that, we're concluding. Economic language, Chimigwich, just many thanks. And we'll open it up for
thank you, Indian Energy. Alan and Michael, that was a great presentation. It's really great to hear that these energy storage technologies are going to be vetted for their long-term performance. And that should really prove or disprove the claims of the equipment, which for agencies like LA Metro, it's important to know that when we're designing and integrating DERs and other forms of technologies and control systems, that they're going to apply to our exact needs that we have in transit or in electrification of our assets. I want to remind everyone to please submit questions into the show Q&A text box on the live event. The first question that we have is, can you talk a little bit more about the CEC grant and what that is going to, the time frame for when that's going to be implemented, and how the outcome of that is going to be shared?
Sure, Mike, you want to speak into that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the grant is the long duration non-lithium ion energy storage demonstration. It's a grant that demonstrates 10-hour duration energy storage that's non-lithium ion. It was put out for competition last year, before the summer, spring of last year, and we were selected in the fall with formal notice and contracting in November. So we're already contracted. It's already underway. Design has kicked off after the first of the year, and we're looking to actually implement and start with on-site construction around May or June of this year. So with that all said, we look at a summer or Labor Day target for testing the first batch of energy storage technologies right as the fire season comes into play. So that's underway, and the California Energy Commission is coming in. They're partnering with the Marine Corps and with some private funds that we're bringing to the table, and collectively we're building these test harness positions, and they're funding 3 of the energy storages, and then from there the Marine Corps will scale technologies up, and then we'll show a larger scale of a similar demonstration. So it was kind of a unique angle on the grant. Rather than doing one technology, we did multiple technologies, the system of systems approach, and then looking to kind of scale it up.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, you mentioned that you will not be using lithium-ion batteries to store solar, wind, and flywheel. How is energy stored? What media and what platforms if batteries are not used?
Yeah, batteries, it's just non-lithium. So the point of the demonstration was non-lithium technology. So we're using flow batteries. We're using advanced zinc cathode technology, some vendors, EOS, Avalon, Infinity. So a lot of flow batteries plus combination of capacitors, and then advanced chemistries such as the zinc cathode. We will be looking at and interested in some kind of advanced hydrogen storage, but really we're focusing on the first 3 test positions at first, and that'll be the flow and the zinc cathode.
Okay. The third question is, how will the deployment of these generation and storage assets contribute to the California State Renewable Portfolio Standard goal? Or will it?
Yeah, it will. And really if you, like I mentioned, if you look at the use cases of renewables, you're really looking at the 100% renewable use case requires long duration energy storage. So in order to meet the 100% renewable need, you're required to have long duration energy storage. And the theory being that different types of chemistries other than lithium ion can provide a more long-term solution that's more cost effective. So if we can prove that, we can prove the business model and the use case of 100% renewables in a cost effective way, then that's really, I think that is the goal. And then from there, that use case can be shared, policies can be made around it, and then it would proliferate throughout the state and the region in theory.
I think
that's great.
In addition to that, we use a term called 100% renewable penetration. And as I think people are aware in the energy sector, the softness of the grid, of the intermittency of both the solar and the wind, and the need to have to curtail that, being able to sink that into a long duration energy storage platform really will help the state achieve that 100% resiliency goal.
Great. Yep, that'll be very important in the coming years. Okay, we have one last question. Can you further explain the digital twin approach to modeling?
Yeah. So the digital twin approach to modeling is kind of exactly what it sounds like, creating a digital twin that replicates the physical assets, then that in a digital environment can model a number of scenarios and provide an output or expected outcomes that you would experience from the physical system. So it's basically a digital or virtual representation of the physical system that can be then run through its paces to provide answers, and then the answers of what would be the expectation that can then be matched with the physical system to see if it works and validate that model.
Yep. I can definitely see the importance of that, certainly at LA Metro, with the need to verify the systems and the uniqueness of rail propulsion and understanding how to, as Alan mentioned, right-size the equipment or the microgrid to support those needs. Well, thank you, Indian Energy. I really appreciate the presentation, and we look forward to hearing from you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, our next company, GDS Associates, will present the case for battery storage. Before I introduce GDS, I want to again remind everyone that there will be a Q&A at the end of the presentation. All questions can be asked in the chat box during the show Q&A on the toolbox during the presentation, and will be answered during the Q&A at the end of the presentation. GDS Associates is a nationwide engineering and consulting firm that specializes in energy supply, energy efficiency, transmission, and distributed energy resources. We have two presenters today, Josh Duckwall and Howard Choi. Josh specializes in energy efficiency and electrification across all sectors. He is a licensed residential and commercial general contractor, an AEE certified renewable energy professional, and a former home energy rating systems trainer with more than 18 years of experience managing energy efficiency programs and projects. Josh is working on a multi-year project with the City of Atlanta's Rapid Transit Authority, or MARTA, which we all know, that is focused on uncovering new technology opportunities and efficiencies in both traction and station power, as well as consulting on the viability of fuel switching technologies for electric buses, fleet, and streetcars. Welcome, Josh. And we also have Howard Choi. Howard has been providing executive and strategic leadership for large-scale energy projects and portfolios throughout his 30-year career. Howard's experience includes the incorporation of a wide variety of sustainability initiatives, including energy efficiency, demand response, generation, and storage. His most impactful role was the creation of the Office of Sustainability for Los Angeles County, which resulted in hundreds of county projects and thousands of projects among county constituents. Welcome, Josh and Howard. Handing it over to you.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you everybody for joining. This is Josh Duckwall of GDS, and we're going to talk a bit about our view for the case for Metro's facilities to investigate battery storage at all possible. In the next slide, we'll introduce you a little bit about GDS. We were formed in 1986 by 6 founding members. Our core business is consulting engineering, meaning that we are technology agnostic. We do not promote one product over another. Our consulting and engineering expertise is our product. So we pride ourselves on having long-term relationships with utilities, commissions, quasi-governmental agencies, municipal governments, and what we look forward to most part is continuing these long-term relationships as the market evolves, being a trusted advisor of this type of client base. We do move across a lot of different segments, being a soup to nuts engineering consulting firm. And as you'll see on the next slide, list a handful of our service departments. Of course, you can find out more about it on our website, but everything from power supply planning, generation planning, rates and regulatory work, energy efficiency, demand response, electrification, and program design and evaluation. Sort of a one-stop shop for anything energy. And what this allows us to do is to tap different departments without complicating things for our utility clients and government clients. As electrons flow, we follow them from the generation all the way to the light bulb. And as I mentioned, we do value our long-term relationships. We've been working, I think we've worked in 49 out of the 50 states, California being one of them, and recently acquired EES Consulting out of Kirkland, Washington, which also brought us Howard Choi to begin our Los Angeles office. That gives us a total of 9 offices and about 200 employees. On the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the high-level topics we want to cover. It's been covered a little bit by Indian, and we do want to continue the conversation about the market in general and storage, the increase in number of vendors and products, the complications and data required to sort it all is sort of where we sit in our sweet spot. Trying to understand everything, of course, is quite the job. A little bit about what we're seeing in the market with resiliency hubs, some of which you do have in Los Angeles. We've seen in other metropolitan areas. As these become more popular, the core of supporting them with renewables and storage is ever more important. Power safety shutdowns has been mentioned a little bit already, and Howard will touch on this some later, and the SGIP program with performance-based incentives. We also have code experts that advise us on some of the fire safety issues with storage. As some of you are probably aware, an ever-evolving code to deal with the market as it changes. Cybersecurity and microgrids has already been touched on a little bit. We do have 3 dedicated cybersecurity personnel. It is a full-time job for utilities, and ever so more important when you're trying to island a facility. We are working a lot with DOE and FEMA-driven resiliency plans. We're seeing more of those in different cities. They can be either facility-based or multi-facility-based resiliency plans, often driven by Red Cross guidelines, similar to what builds the resiliency hubs as an increasing trend across the country. And of course, the demand response programs, even the bring your own battery or peak shaving programs that have been touched on a little bit already, prevalent very much in the West and the Northeast. Even in some of the TVA market, we're starting to see some more of those pop up as well. And Howard Choi now is going to expand a little bit on those in the California market. Howard?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. And I just want to thank Metro and Craig for putting on this very important event. And thank you for the opportunity to talk. Craig has really already talked about some of the critical areas of operation for Metro that require these resiliency examinations, and public safety and public awareness are very key. I want to talk a little bit more about some of the drivers in California's energy industry that are pushing these examinations forward as well. We all know about the public safety power shutoffs, and that's a safety issue, but it has caused a lot of disruption for folks. The age of the grid and ongoing reliability is just always going to be with us. Because we have more load-serving entities through the advent of community choice aggregators, that has caused the regulatory bodies to discuss some new concerns about grid reliability. And then with California marching towards advanced renewables in the portfolio, because a lot of them are intermittent power supplies, that's causing greater, not concern, but greater looks at individual and system-wide resiliency and reliability. Next slide, please. So I talked about the grid and how that's changing. I talked a little bit about on the power supply side, how changes there are causing investigations into resiliency and reliability. The customer choice side is also changing and causing these studies where behind the meter technologies, battery storage behind the meter, EV charging, new energy efficiency technologies, solar development, those have an impact on power supply and the grid. So in all three buckets of the utility industry, we're seeing a lot of changes that are driving these examinations. Next slide. And of course, they're all going to be interconnected. Welcome to the world of the virtual power plant, where these devices will be more and more aggregated and controlled by third parties. You may have seen that OhmConnect has just announced a 550 megawatt virtual power plant that they're going to be developing with venture funding. So, and we've already seen demand and response programs being controlled by third parties, or primarily through thermostats and those devices. So those have been around for quite a while, and we're moving into a new world where more and more technologies are going to be controlled in this manner. And now I'm going to let Josh talk specifically about some technologies that serve as a case study potentially for Metro.
Thanks, Howard. And the point of this slide, we do want to point out, I have on the left side sort of a graphical physical representation of the size of some of these storage systems. Some of the more common ones, the Schneider and LG, Samsung, and then some stacked storage at the bottom. The idea is to sort of narrow down, when we're talking about facility level storage, the general footprint of these facilities. You could probably call the system on the bottom the 130 kW, a couple of parking spaces worth. And of course, everything will depend on what you want to tie it into, or what you want to tie into it. LG Chem, very popular in the top middle. Schneider's custom solutions in the left. The duration and the loads will drive the size, of course, as I mentioned. I've been told not to say critical, so we're going to say vital loads here. With some examples, the rooftop units, we have modeled facility outages with rooftop units. It is doable in storage. It can, as you imagine, pulls as much juice as you think. But some of the more routine ones, like the refrigeration, make a lot more sense and are very easy to model as we look at aggregating all the loads and then producing total capacity for the sites. And the charger, we even do have a public works department that would like us to analyze. They run the fuel stations and such for all the public works and police vehicles. They've asked us to load in an EV charger into what would be considered one of their vital loads during an outage, which is a little bit different for us. Next slide, please. So we've mentioned a little bit about renewables, if it's wind or hydro, even solar. The site selection needs to make sense for the renewables before it makes sense for the battery. And we're designing these rolling outages that need to be supplied by power. So one of the key things we look at in the facilities first is availability of more commonly roof mount and ground mount solar. The vital loads, again in the second bullet, walking through the facility, coordinating what exactly they think they need to run, and what we typically do a 36-hour outage, which can easily be expanded if designed correctly, given perfect weather conditions if it's solar, into a 72-hour longer outage. Aggregating these vital loads makes all the difference in the world in designing these systems. Operational goals, of course, for if it is a designated resiliency hub or FEMA-based shelter, sometimes those guidelines are set. And if you need to bunk up 200 people for a couple of days, that's going to drive your entire size. So we back into the sizes that way. The features of the system, more often than not, we're asked for whether or not they can sell the solar back when they're not using it. If the battery's in self-consumption mode, of course, we'll prioritize being full just in case there is an outage. And the operational requirements or desires of the facility after that are taken into account. They're not typically used by us to size the system for resiliency, but absolutely becomes a factor when talking as a holistic solution for facility. And the key is how long do they want to be resilient? As I mentioned, 36-hour outage. We typically model the system to make sure that the sun could recharge the battery fully and start over 36 hours later. No reason at all, short of the sun being blocked, that you can't repeat that cycle at the beginning of the next 36-hour period. Next slide, please. So we looked a little bit at one of the facilities we do have access to in MARTA. We noticed also that it's strikingly similar in purpose as the Garage 13 facility of LA Met. They're housing about 250 buses, solar panels installed on the canopy for parking, and ran the vital loads down to about 50% of normal operation. And what we came out with was about 133 kW battery. This is sitting with 1.2 megawatts of solar. There are some outbuildings. There's compressors removed from the calculations, HVAC and lighting. Still a pretty sizable load, but that was the hypothetical high-level case study for the size of that kind of facility. And on the next slide, you'll see a little graphical representation of the interaction, both the solar, the outage load, and the battery capacity, or battery duration in the background of the black dotted line. Like I said, it's a high overnight load for these facilities. All the buses are back in storage with maintenance cleaning crews working at night. So you'll see a lot of the load is carried fully by the sun in the yellow, and then dropping off at night to where the battery starts to come down, be utilized at night, and then begins at that 7 a.m. hour on the last quartile there, recharging when the sun comes back up. Next slide, talk a little bit about, we did mention the cost and the cost trends. The number of vendors and solutions increasing by the day. And what we like to look at is the thoroughly vetted and economically sound cost studies and trends. We typically will model these installations with about $1,000 kWh installation cost. That's for the storage system all the way up to the distribution panel. As a general rule of thumb, of course, it's going to vary. It's going to vary quite a bit depending on your application and the vendor solutions for you as well. We recommend a case study on any of the facilities that are actually being considered for full analysis. And what we have found that the benefits and the costs when we try to run these calculations out include a lot of societal benefits and non-energy benefits to the community, and things that are not directly dollars and cents in terms of value of reliability and resiliency. Real quickly on the next slide, it's been covered slightly. We are doing more work with our transit authority clients on wayside energy storage using regenerative braking to take traction power and recover it in the DC to be used on departing trains. It's a evolving technology, I believe. Price is going to have to get a little bit better to where it is now, and some more pilot examples, of course, would be great in the industry. Now Howard's going to talk a little bit about California and the operators at a high level.
Yes, I want to briefly explain that there are some opportunities for folks like Metro and other building owners, campus owners, facility managers. With the disappearance of fossil fuel plants and nuclear plants, their capacity and their power, their energy, are being replaced with distributed energy resources, which are being solicited by the investor-owned utilities and as grid operators. So these solicitations seek distributed energy resources from third parties, for which they will pay to have them installed to the extent they benefit the grid and system reliability. Edison's transmission program is shown here, and this is a map from their website. That's the name of their program, and it runs solicitations and shows the areas where they're looking for resources both in front and behind the meter. I'm sorry, next slide. There's the Edison resource slide. And this is a transmission system solicitation they ran recently, and it identifies the areas where they sought to fund projects in those areas. Next slide. And here's a distribution system solicitation from Southern California Edison. That happens to be where I live in Newbury Park. So both on the transmission side and the distribution side, there are tremendous opportunities for things that Metro and others are looking at. Closing slide now, next. I'll let Josh begin to close us out.
Thanks, Howard. And touching back on a little bit about the public operations value to reliability and resiliency is goes beyond anything obvious in the energy sector and in terms of dollars and cents and value. Can we put a value on it? Absolutely. When you think about all the tangential circumstances that may arise from either a support building or a primary building, that's key in the ease of flow for the transportation system to continue. The chain effect can be quite detrimental to the operations of the facility and a ripple effect going forward. And we do have a little bit more to do on the grid. I guess it's going to continue to evolve, and what we have to acknowledge is that these situations are going to move rapidly as we move forward in the industry. Howard?
You've said it, Josh. I just will reiterate the opportunities that are out there for resiliency and reliability within the existing grid system. Thank you very much, Craig, for hosting us.
Thank you, GDS Associates, Josh and Howard. That was a great presentation on solar and storage application and how it can be applied to LA Metro. We're now going to take some questions, and I just want to remind everyone to use the Q&A on the toolbar to submit the questions. We have our first question is, what technical definitions of resilience do you find most useful or actionable for utilities to incorporate in the planning decisions? Let me repeat that question. What technical definitions of resilience do you find most useful or actionable for utilities to incorporate in planning decisions?
I'll start, Howard, and turn it over to you. Absolutely, the way we look at resiliency is uninterrupted operations. As we did discuss, they come with, sacrifices and comfort and additional luxuries, but the core operation should be able to continue for a specified duration. I'm not too up on my dictionary definitions, but to me it is absolutely the most important to continue operations at your defined reduced capacity.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. Southern California Edison recently ran a solicitation in the North Santa Barbara County area around the city of Goleta, and they defined, and the purpose of it was to increase the resiliency of the transmission line that feeds Goleta from the south. And what they sought, and that's what they needed on their system, what they sought in the area were, of course, generation sources. They sought energy efficiency and energy consumption reduction sources as well, but they really focused on storage and distributed generation in that solicitation.
Okay, great. Thank you. The next question is around operations and maintenance. What was the engagement with operations during the development of these projects? How is use of the right-of-way negotiated, and or the property in general? And then just if you can briefly discuss anything that was talked about regarding maintenance of these units.
Sure, I'll start. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We are just kind of midway through exploration, and some of our clients of where these systems would go. Wayside doesn't offer for a lot of flexibility. We've explored even a little bit about keeping them smaller systems, supercapacitor banks actually on the trains themselves. Added weight and complexity, of course. But each system and transit system is going to be different. We happen to be lucky enough with a few that the station property, for the most part, is pretty liberal, and piping and such can be handled pretty well to drop these along the wayside, not too far from the stations themselves. Maintenance costs, they're not cheap to maintain at all. But as far as my opinion is that the book and the jury is still a little bit out on the long-term maintenance costs of these systems. So I think there's a third part, Craig, right?
Well, it was just around the agreements for maintenance, and you kind of touched on it that there is maintenance involved with this, and when operations and maintenance was brought into the planning and design of the process.
Right. Yeah. So far we're seeing the third-party vendors are designing, installing, and maintaining these.
Okay.
And it may just be the clients we've worked with, but the level of complexity. I mean, you got to have arc flash training, and some of these EP&E and lower electrical workers are not going to be checked out to deal with these systems, or very willing. So commonly the third-party vendors contain the whole contract.
Okay, great, thank you. This next question is going to be a little tricky, but it's building on the previous question, or the previous presentation we had from Indian Energy. They had basically shown an industry cost of your presentation has shown an industry cost of about $1,000 per kilowatt hour, but Indian Energy had given a price point of about $250 per kilowatt hour. And I know, different systems, different applications, different technologies potentially, but can you talk about what the primary factors are that drive the per kilowatt hour costs?
Yeah, I can very simply say we have a very well-paid battery chemist that we hired that came in with a whole bunch of data. And he said, look, if you're trying to bundle in distribution, infrastructure piping, platform, aggregate a lot of different products and companies into one price point to use for modeling, you don't want to go conservative at all. We do have some actual projects that were spec'd out for some municipal facilities that are not too far off. And I don't want to speak for Indian Energy. They have a very specific project case they're working on. So all I can say is that our experts have given us an aggregate of a whole lot of data, and even it makes me a little nervous to use one price.
Sure.
For sure, but that's where we're sitting.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, GDS Associates, Josh and Howard. Appreciate the information, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thanks.
Okay, our next presentation is Gannett Fleming, who will discuss solar voltaics for communications and signal power. Quick reminder that there will be a Q&A at the end of the presentation, and all questions can be asked in the Q&A box, and we will be answering them at the end of the presentation. Okay, Gannett Fleming is a leader in global infrastructure solutions with a focus on planning, design, technology, and construction management services for a diverse array of markets and disciplines. We have two presenters today from Gannett Fleming, Michael Monastero and Paul Stepanoff. Michael brings 47 years of experience in the design, construction, and maintenance of railroads and transit systems. He specializes in train control, traction power, and communication systems for rail transportation and his project experience lies in the area of heavy, light, and commuter rail transit, high-speed rail, and freight rail. Michael has an extensive career at Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority, or SEPTA, which we're all very familiar with. Michael understands the importance of signal power resiliency and has direct experience using sustainable technologies such as solar power for signaling. Welcome, Michael. We also have Paul Stepanoff, who is one of the leading solar experts in the United States. Paul has over 20 years experience in renewable energy projects, including photovoltaic system design, battery backup systems, solar, thermal, wind, and hybrid systems. He is also well-versed in advanced new technology systems, including absorptive solar fire chillers, cogeneration CHP processes, fuel cells, and hybrid solar. Welcome, Michael and Paul. Handing it over to you.
Thank you, Craig. You know, 13 months earlier, and I may have been holding this symposium, so I appreciate the opportunity to come out. And much like my friends at LA Metro, SEPTA is a pretty big system. We straddle the 5-county area with a very diverse amount of traffic, different vehicles, different vehicle types. And I had my epiphany in 2012 when Hurricane Sandy came through the northeast part of the United States. So, when Hurricane Sandy came through, he knocked out all the commercial power in the 5-county area. Now, at SEPTA, we rely on local commercial power to feed our train control and our communication systems. So when Sandy came through, we lost all of our really safety systems, communications and safety systems. And so what we did was we had to run a dark railroad. And if you've ever been in a position where you had to run a railroad with all your safety features non-functioning, you have a pretty good idea of how scary that can be. So when we got through it, at the end of it, I started to think about what can I do to make my control power systems more resilient. And I started to think about solar power. So what I did is I led a contract to Gannett Fleming at the time and at the sub-consultant DRM to prototype 2 solar locations. One, a control location, a signal control location that provides authority to move. The other, a switching location where you actually change tracks. And in 2016, we put the thing into service. And what I'll now do is turn it over to Paul, who was the lead engineer on the job, to tell us more about that.
Thank you, Mike. Yep. Thank you, Mike. And we're going to move from the realm of what could be, as we've heard in some of the other presentations, to what actually is in transit and rail at SEPTA. So what we have shown and demonstrated is that solar power provides the most robust, reliable, and cost-effective communications and control power for control systems on rail. Also, the solar provides basic, continuous, reliable, and low-maintenance systems of equipment power for these CTS systems. And like I said, we're going into the actual what is, and as Mike said, there's 2 systems out there that have been online for 3 years now without a single second of uninterrupted power. So in the end, you know, we've concluded that solar power meets the requirements of the resilient signal and communications power systems, and that SEPTA now, because of the results of actual 3 years of these studies and performance, they're now currently converting 4 of their commuter rail lines to solar, and with the objective of converting all 11 to solar in the near future. Next slide. So these are some of the issues that Mike was facing when, besides the Hurricane Sandy, he was facing the infrastructure of trying to provide control and signal power, trying to maintain the gas generators and transporting of gasoline, eliminate the high voltage transmission lines, and the service interruptions and brownouts by utility companies. Mike called upon Gannett Fleming to come up with a solution. Next slide. So let me take a little step back and talk a little bit about solar photovoltaics, the basics. So this isn't a new technology by any means. The first observed photovoltaic effect was actually in 1839 by a French scientist, Becquerel, who discovered, what is literally electricity from light, the photovoltaic effect. But there really wasn't any commercial opportunities until Bell Labs created the first semiconductors, solar photovoltaic modules. And what they did is they took silicon cells built with boron and phosphorus to create P and N semiconductors, and they sandwiched them together with a P and N junction. And what happens is when photons hit this setup, electrons get excited and jump from the N layer to the P layer. And if you connect these two layers externally with a current path, there's a way of drawing electric energy from the system. So manufacturers then take these individual solar cells and they create about 0.58 volts per each cell. They take these cells and arrange them in various parallel and series circuits to create a solar module. Typically between 60 and 72 of these cells are used as a solar module. So that's the basics. I mean, if silicon is an element that is the most abundant in the Earth's crust, so we're creating energy with a very abundant material with no moving parts. Next slide. And that creates several advantages. No moving parts means a really high reliability and low maintenance system of making power. Because of that, most manufacturers of solar modules have a 25-year manufacturer's warranty. Now let's put that into perspective. What capital investment out there can you think of that has a 25-year warranty and perhaps a 50-year life? This is really a new ball game in capital investment. And if I put it in relative terms, let me ask this question: If somebody came to you with a project, a new capital project that said, I can have this capital project pay for itself in 1/4 to the maximum 1/2 of its warranty period, you would say it's a no-brainer to go forward. And that's exactly where we are with solar photovoltaics. So it's really a completely different animal when you look at it from the warranty period. Some of the modules that were created by Bell Labs are still working today. One of the things that solar also provides as an advantage is that it eliminates transmission losses. And if you talk to some of our utility companies, grid transmission losses can account for up to 50% of the energy that's produced by the utility companies. So for every kilowatt hour you find at your meter, the utility company actually had to create, in some cases, 2 kilowatt hours to provide you with 1 kilowatt hour. Of course, solar power is green, and we'd already talked about the payback being 1/4 to 1/2 of its warranty period, 3 to 7 years. And in the area of transportation, solar power certainly assists with the sustainability commitment of the American Public Transportation Association. Next slide. So what is the equipment? The equipment is, there's really 4 basic pieces of equipment. The solar modules come first. And just a quick note here that solar modules come in many different flavors. They're, in 1950, the average efficiency was about 6 to 7%. In the 90s, we were looking at 10 to 13%. And today, 18 to 20% is more the norm. So there are efficiency increases, but it's really asymptotic, and it looks like we squeezed almost everything we can out of silicon technology. But besides the solar modules, the efficiency, you also have to look at the temperature coefficient, because solar modules that are silicon-based lose their power output with higher temperatures. And why do I mention this? Because I told you that a solar module is 20% efficient about. Well, begs the question, what happens to the other 80% of the energy that the solar module sees from the sun? Well, they're black and then they're in the sun. They create heat, and that heat actually decreases the output of the solar module. And solar modules from different manufacturers have different solar coefficients. So just because the solar module is rated at 300 watts doesn't mean it's going to output the same kilowatt hour energy at the end of the day exposed to the same conditions. The next piece of equipment are the batteries. Now, we heard a lot about batteries. Batteries, no doubt about it, is where all of the research is right now. But 3 years ago, we didn't have the luxury of looking at what may be. We had to deal with what is. And what is really lithium battery technology. But even lithium battery technology comes in many different flavors. For instance, there's lithium polymer. That's the most ubiquitous battery in phone and electronics. And as everybody knows, there's been plane crashes with spontaneous fires because of lithium polymer technology. The next most ubiquitous lithium technology is called nickel magnesium cobalt, which is pretty much used in the United States EV industry. So most electric vehicles out there work on that technology. And why? Because it has the highest power density per weight and volume. And if you're designing an electric vehicle, you're looking at power density. But you give up safety and you give up a few other things like longevity to be able to get that density. So in a station, and you've heard the stories about some electric vehicles actually combusting after an accident or if the battery is penetrated. And certainly some of the Tesla wall batteries in homes and commercial installations have also caught on fire. The third lithium technology that if you give up just about 10% on density, you get about twice the cycle life. You get 6,000 cycles at an 80% discharge. And this technology is called lithium ferrophosphate. Has many advantages over NMC. Like I said, it has twice the cycle life. It has a higher round-trip energy efficiency, 99%. For every kilowatt hour I put in, I get 0.99 kilowatt hours out. Has a better thermal stability. It's also eco-friendly because you don't have to recycle the cobalt, and it is the most cost-effective battery option right now for stationary installations. The next piece of equipment is a solar charge controller, and that basically converts the higher voltage coming from an array or a string of solar modules, and it converts that to the battery voltage. The next piece of equipment is a hybrid inverter charger, and that is the most important maybe piece of equipment in all of this. It has 5 different connections. It connects to the uninterruptible load panel, to the grid, to the battery, to an optional generator, and to the solar panels. And it is the traffic cop that in a pre-programmed way determines where power goes and where power comes from. And of course, there's also the remote monitoring option. Next slide. So now let's look at the 2 sites that Mike talked about. The first is the signal control location. It has only DC power. There is no other power besides solar at this site. It's been operating now for 3 winters, 100% reliability. And if you look at the lower left there, you can see 3 modules arranged in a panel, a 3-module panel on top of the building. Inside, you have 5 lithium ferrophosphate batteries that are 12 volts and 400 amps each, 400 amp hours each, the charge controller, and the e-gauge monitoring system. Next slide. This is the schematic of that system. So it starts on the left with the solar photovoltaic modules and the array, the charge controller changing that higher voltage to the battery voltage. And in this particular site, there was only a 12-volt DC load. So it's rather an easy setup. If some hotel power is required, it's real easy to add a small inverter that goes from 12 volts to 120 volts AC. And also we have the monitoring system, which allows us to monitor this online from any internet location. Next slide. The second type of installation we had is a interlocking that also is a switching location. And at this particular site, you can see in the picture that the solar modules were mounted on the roof. Inside, you can see in the first circle that we have the inverter, the hybrid inverter charger, and the charge controller and the lithium batteries. There's an interesting story about this particular site. When we just installed it back in July of 2017, Mike told his senior operations guy to go out there, and to my horror, he said, go out there and break it. And for the next 48 hours, I watched Roger try to do everything possible to break this system, from running it without any solar or grid power to this system also runs switches. So he never runs two switches simultaneously. But of course, Roger had to run two switches simultaneously. Then he blocked the switches and he tried to make the system go out on high amps. At the end of 48 hours, it still ran. Next slide. So here's a schematic of that particular system, and we start with the hybrid inverter charger in red, and you can see directly above that is the main uninterruptible utility panel, the backup panel, and that powers the train control equipment, the signal lighting, the power track switch machines, and also any other 120 AC loads that are there. Directly to the left, the inverter connects to the main panel, which is the grid. And if you notice, the arrow points two ways. So we can either take power from the grid or send power back to the grid. There's a optional AC2 input for a generator. And coming out the bottom of the inverter is also a double arrow going to the battery. This is the DC side of the inverter. The inverter can either charge the battery or it can take power from the battery. And on the very left-hand side, you see the same type of solar and charge controller arrangement. So the system is set up that in normal operation, the solar provides power to the battery. The inverter senses that and first supplies the loads with that power. It's programmed to do photovoltaic first, grid second, generator if you have it third, and then finally batteries. So its primary objective in life is to keep uninterrupted power to the load panel. So in normal operation, when you have photovoltaic power available, you supply the loads. If the load panel is satisfied, you sell the power back to the grid. At night, we connect the grid directly to the load panel, keeping the battery fully charged. That's the second objective of the inverter, keep the battery fully charged. And if the power should go out, the inverter switches from AC from the grid to the DC from batteries within 6 milliseconds, which is only about a third of a hertz. So in the blink of an eye, a computer attached to the system doesn't even realize that the power went out. So it goes to the backup system and continues powering the load panel either from solar or from the battery. Next slide. So here's the actual performance of the system. If you look at, we have a graph here on the bottom, and this is both systems. So both systems have been in operation for 3 years and have not even had 1 second of downtime. They're the most reliable systems right now in the SEPTA system. If you look at the graph on the bottom, there's a blue bar, and that is the design for every month of the year, the design output of this solar system for every month of the year. And the next bars at each month are the output for that particular year. 34 of the 36 months that this system has been operating, it's actually outperformed the design. There's no failures. Somebody had mentioned earlier about how you measure this. So I was thinking real quick just now, answering the question, how do you measure resilience? Well, in Six Sigma performance, we're allowed about, which is a typical measure of resiliency in a manufacturing industry. We can have 3.4 failures per million. In 10 years, that's 100 million. In 3 years, that's 100 million seconds of operation. 2 systems is 200 million seconds. We would be allowed almost 680 seconds of failure in a Six Sigma system. We're actually running closer to 7 Sigma. So the reliability is extremely high. Next slide. So this is a typical picture of a screenshot for online monitoring. This data is available real time. The red line shows the load power, and the green line shows the photovoltaic power. Anything shaded in red is power coming out of the battery. Anything shaded in green is energy going to the battery. Sorry, energy, not power. So this data is available for really any time period you want to see, and the system is also capable of sending a alarm so that you know the batteries are going low. Next slide. And that pretty much wraps things up, but I want to just emphasize 2 points: that solar provides the most robust, reliable, and cost-effective communications and control power systems, and with 3 years of operations at SEPTA, it's now a proven technology for rail and transit authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Paul. And thanks to Gannett Fleming for sharing that information about how you're designing and implementing solar power for train communications and signaling systems. It really is impressive to hear that these have been in operations at SEPTA for 3 years with no uninterrupted power, especially during the winters that you guys get out there. It's really impressive. We're now going to take questions for Gannett Fleming. The first question is regarding the extreme weather. How do you handle the effects of extreme weather conditions, which could impact the rate of daily irradiation critical to the amount of solar energy production?
That is the question that Mike asked me, before we installed any of this. And the question is that we have to take all of that into, the easy answer is we have to take all of that into account. So every site in the United States has what's called an insolation number, not insulation, insolation. So NASA has already prepared for us, for each city or region in the United States, how much solar energy is available at any particular site, month by month. And it gives us not only the average, but it gives us a standard deviation, and it gives us the maximum and minimum for any month in any location in the US. So that's a big help. The second thing you have to do is when you have extreme weather and snow conditions, that typically means you go further north, and that typically means you have to design for the winter. And the further north you go, the better performance occurs with modules that are and arrays that are in a more vertical position that shed the snow. Remember, these things are only about 20% efficient. Even if they have a foot of snow on them, a lot of solar radiation gets through the snow, and remember, converts 80% of the energy hitting these modules actually gets converted to heat at high angles, and with a little bit of heating through the snow. The modules typically shed the snow that they have. It's also a smooth surface glass, so there's no friction. They typically shed the snow within 2 or 3 days. So you have to have a backup system that can account for that as well. Good question.
Yeah, great. There's a second part to that, and I'm going to add to it a little bit. It's how do you address the large amount of space needed for solar power microgrids? And really that I want to tie that to the question that I asked GDS, and how was operations and maintenance or engaged in these discussions to implement these? How was the use of right-of-way discussed, and the maintenance of the systems?
I'll let Mike answer this one.
I'll take that, Greg. Obviously, being Assistant Chief Engineer for Communications and Signals, I had the authority to do that. So at the time, you have to remember, we were coming off of Hurricane Sandy, which just decimated our ability to move trains. So I had a lot of latitude in what I was going to do, and generally, the footprint that my equipment sits on, I am responsible for. I was responsible for. That included cutting brush and sweeping snow and all that. So I had a lot of leeway coming out of Sandy to do really whatever I wanted to do. I never thought it would be it work out as well as it did. I never thought that we would go at this point in time 50 months with no failures. So I'm significantly impressed on the work that DRM and Gannett have done.
Yeah, it is impressive. Okay, the next question is, what is the maximum energy capacity size addressed by your system in megawatt hours?
I don't have the answer in megawatt hours, but certainly all solar systems in general are a building block. They're modular systems that you add to. If you can create a solar cell, you can put 60 of those into a module. Once you have a module, you can put 10 or 13 of those in a string or a panel and create one panel. You put 3 or 4 of those in parallel, those panels, and you have a subarray, and then you can build an entire grid megawatt system using that exact same building block. There's nothing different from building a 10 kW system or a 10 megawatt system. So the design of the system, the batteries are designed to run through the maximum period. So the energy storage, you look at your loads and you say, how long do these loads have to run? In the Northeast, the longest period of no sun is about 2 weeks. So our batteries are designed to run about 2 weeks with no sun, no grid, anything, that one system that we had. The trick for a solar energy engineer is to convert the energy that's required when modules are sold in power. So modules are 300 watts and they're $1 a watt, but that doesn't mean you can predict easily how much energy those wattages make. So it's up to the solar engineer to take into account the site insulation, the site, the module efficiency, the temperature coefficient, azimuth angle, shading, and all of those things to figure out how much megawatt or watts of capacity are required to make a certain amount of energy, kilowatt hours.
Okay, great. And we're out of time, but I have one last question since we asked both of the other firms. What is the cost per kilowatt hour that you're seeing for these type of solutions?
So once again, you've heard about the cost of the battery storage. For lithium ferrophosphate, approximately $1,000 per kilowatt hour of storage. That I would concur with that. On the solar side, the systems, and this is the industry standard, and I disagree with it, is sold in watts. So the installation costs are close to about $1.50 to $2 per watt without batteries, and maybe closer to $3.50, $4 per watt with a battery system.
Okay, great. Thank you, Michael and Paul. Great presentation, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again to all 3 companies for presenting today and sharing your concepts at our Energy Resiliency Summit. Very impressive integration of distributed energy resources to solve these energy resiliency challenges. Okay, let's talk about what's going to happen in the second half of the summit. After intermission, we're going to hear our afternoon keynote speech from the chair of the California Energy Commission, David Hochschild, who is going to talk about energy challenges in California. That will be great information for us all to hear. Then we will move into our expert panel discussion on energy resiliency with some of the top sustainability leaders in our region. The panel will be co-moderated by Metro's Executive Officer of Sustainability, Heather Repenning, and the chair of Metro's Sustainability Council and former mayor of Culver City, Thomas Small. This is a panel discussion you don't want to miss. After the panel discussion, we're going to talk about what we heard and share the results of the Energy Resiliency Framework Survey. Please take some time, next slide please. Please take some time, if you haven't already, to complete the survey. It's important that we get the industry's feedback as to the priorities for the framework. And we look forward to seeing everybody back here at 12:35 for David Hochschild's keynote speech. Have a good break. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to Metro's Energy Resiliency Summit. Hope you had a nice intermission. Please take a moment to take the survey if you haven't already. Okay, let's dive right in and get started with our afternoon keynote speech from the chair of California's Energy Commission, David Hochschild. Chair Hochschild was appointed chair of the California Energy Commission by Governor Gavin Newsom in February 2019. His career has spanned public service, environmental advocacy, and the private sector. He first got involved in the solar energy field in 2001 in San Francisco as a special assistant to Mayor Willie Brown, where Chair Hochschild launched a citywide $100 million initiative to put solar panels on public buildings. From 2007 to 2008, he served as commissioner at the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Welcome, Chair Hochschild. Thank you for being here. Handing it over to you.
Well, thank you for that generous eulogy, and good to be with you guys. Unfortunately, I cannot see you. I'm calling in, so I'll be doing this by phone, and I'll just click through, or have the staff click through the slides as I talk. But good afternoon to everybody, and what a week it has been for our country and our state. Really feels to me like a new leaf has been turned over, and on the issues I work on clean energy and climate, it's been a lot of wind in the sails this past week. So what I'm going to do today is to kind of give an overview of what's happening in California as we lead our way to 100% clean energy future, and then happy to take any questions or comments at the end if you like. So let's begin. We can click this first slide, finding opportunity inside a crisis. My wife is Chinese. My kids go to a Chinese school, and this is the Chinese script for the word crisis. And if you click once again, you see the first half of that script comes from the word danger, and the second half comes from the word opportunity. And I really think that beautifully sums up what we're experiencing right now with the moment we're in 2020 and 2021. So many big challenges, but also huge opportunities inside that. And most notably with the fires which affected the whole state, the whole West Coast so severely, out of that came the boldest executive order we've done on climate, Governor Newsom's executive order banning the sale of internal combustion engine passenger vehicles by 2035 and moving us firmly and clearly to a zero emission vehicle future. So next slide, this should say cornerstone of our clean energy efforts. You can see in the middle there really is 100% clean electric grid. 2 years ago, exactly, in January 2 years ago, SB 100 went into effect. That is the law that mandates that we get to 100% clean energy by 2045. California was not the first state to adopt it. Actually, the first was Hawaii in 2015, but California, obviously being the 5th largest economy in the world, when we do something like this, it really sends a message. So now there are 17 states across the country that have adopted similar standards after we did ours, and most notably, President Biden has put it in his energy platform, and in fact, in his remarks this morning, reaffirmed that as the new national goal, although it's even more aggressive. His goal is to get to 100% by 2035. So really exciting example of California leadership spreading across the country. And of course, as we build out this green electric grid, we're also expanding the reach of that clean electricity to the building sector, to transportation, energy storage, high-speed rail, et cetera. So, okay, so next slide, road to 100% clean energy. We also want to lift up disadvantaged communities as we are doing this. That's really the fundamental tenet of the platform, and improving public health and building out our economic opportunities as well. So next slide, 2020, California achieved 63% carbon-free electricity. This is where we are today. Almost 2/3 of the electricity on the grid in California is coming from carbon-free sources. And then you can see the subset of that that's renewables. We don't count large hydro or nuclear technically as a renewable energy resource under our statute, but of the renewables that you see there, solar being the largest, and in fact, solar and wind are now the 2 fastest growing energy industries in the world. Both have experienced massive cost reductions. I was in the solar industry for most of my career, and when I got into it 20 years ago, it was 50 cents a kilowatt hour at the utility scale level. We're now down to about 2 cents a kilowatt hour and still falling. So next slides are emissions by economic sector. You can see transportation is the largest source of our emissions. And when you add to that the emissions from refining, it's actually about 51% of our greenhouse gas pollution comes from the transportation sector, which is why we put so much focus on that. If you go to the next slide, you can see this is Governor Newsom on there on the right, and Mary Nichols on the left, and a number of other key folks, Secretary Blumenfeld, Secretary Wade Crowfoot, and others at this ceremony a few months ago, signing the executive order on zero emission vehicles into being. And this is a really exciting moment. And by the way, after that was signed, it got copied by a number of other states and countries. So great to see that momentum. And it has helped, by the way, our economic growth. In 2020, the #1 export from the state of California was electric vehicles, surpassed everything else. Okay, next slide. States with 100% clean energy goals. I touched on this earlier, but I believe this map is going to radically improve over the coming years. We're going to see more and more states coming on board with 100% clean energy statutes. As I mentioned, there's 17 now, and more on the way. Next slide. 200 of the world's largest companies have committed to 100% renewable energy, including companies here in California, Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, and others that have made that commitment. And we're seeing that trend expand rapidly as the cost of renewables has plummeted. Next slide. The good news about new generation being added to the grid, even during the Trump administration, most of the new generation capacity coming online was renewables, solar and wind. And most of the retirements coming offline were fossil. So more coal got shut down during Trump's presidency than the last 4 years of Obama. So this is a really significant development. And it's important to note again that the cost reduction in renewables, while it's been really vigorous, we are not done with that. So wind turbines are getting bigger, solar panels are getting more efficient, and costs are still going down. So next slide, you can see the decline in value just over the last decade of the two biggest American coal companies, Peabody and Arch, is extraordinary, over 95% reduction in valuation just over that decade. Next slide. Solar PV generation. This is just a chart to keep in mind. You got to click one more time to see this. The yellow shows the federal government's projections of solar growth, and the black is what the actual market growth was. And I just think the lesson here is that our ability to advance clean energy industries is not as good as our ability to predict the advance of clean energy industries. So, we really do need to learn from history about the potential for rapid adoption of new technologies like this, and the potential to bring down costs. These costs are coming down. It's not complicated. It's three things. It's innovation, automation, and scale, and all three of those are happening in the renewables industry today. So next slide. Federal energy subsidies, got to click that one more time. And just a point to remember here that there's fundamentally three differences between how the federal government has subsidized fossil fuels and how we've subsidized renewables. Fossil fuel subsidies have been around much longer. So the oil depletion allowance, for example, came into effect in 1926, been around for a century. Meanwhile, solar and wind tax credits are only implemented much more recently. The fossil fuel tax credits are much more numerous, but most importantly, the fossil fuel subsidies don't expire. So you have these constantly facing these expiration dates with renewables that you don't have with fossil. So a lot of the leadership you're seeing at the state level in states like California to aggressively push clean energy is really to address that fundamental federal imbalance, which has heavily favored fossil fuels. And I think some of this is going to get addressed by the new Congress and by President Biden, but it's just important to remember that background, which has heavily tilted federal energy policy towards fossil. Next slide, we'll go to global fossil fuel divestment, which is now in excess of $11 trillion. This movement, the fossil fuel divestment movement, didn't exist until 6-7 years ago, and now it's taken off like wild. And you can really see the trajectory. I think public support for this is growing, and it really does remind me. I lived in South Africa in the late 90s, right after Mandela became president, and the end of apartheid was really driven by divestment, and I think it's a very powerful tool, and we're proud to be a part of that in California. If you go to the next slide, as an example, the University of California did declare fossil financial risk, and the whole UC system has divested both the pension fund and the endowment. Next slide. We're leading the U.S. in renewable installed. What lessons have been learned from that? I think one of the lessons is very clearly, this push for clean energy has been good for our economy. As I mentioned, EVs are the #1 export in California. We're getting about 53% of new clean tech venture capital investment is coming into California from the rest of the country. So we're the destination state, and we have 38 manufacturing facilities making electric vehicles in some fashion or form today. And so this has really been a good thing for the state's economy. We're outperforming significantly the rest of the country in economic growth. All right, next slide. Advancing energy efficiency. You got to click through here 3 times just to see. This is the orange line there at the top showed the growth of energy consumption, which tracked with California's until the mid-70s. The Energy Commission was created in the mid-70s. We set very, very strict efficiency standards for buildings, for new appliances, and that combined with other factors has now cut the energy consumption compared to the rest of the country roughly in half. So next slide. The people who say it can't be done should get out of the way of the people who are doing it. This is one of my favorite Chinese proverbs. And I say this just because I want to take everybody here on a short virtual tour of all this clean energy that we're making in California so you can see where it's coming from. Let's go to the next slide. This is the Geysers, which is the world's largest geothermal power plant. It's about 1 gigawatt in size. It's north of San Francisco, about 2 hours, and that's enough power to power the city the size of San Francisco 24 hours a day. Next slide. This is, at the time, this was the world's largest solar thermal power plant when it was built. It's now the second largest. This is the Ivanpah project, about 400 megawatts. And what you're looking at there are 173,000 heliostat mirrors that face a boiler on the top of a 550-foot tower. Sun hits the mirror, focuses the light on the tower, and you get electricity. Next slide is the Alta Wind Energy Center in Kern County. Most Californians, when you think Kern County, you think oil, but actually wind is the second largest taxpayer now in Kern County. And this is a 1.5 gigawatt project. Next slide is, this is an interesting one. This is the SEGS project in San Bernardino County, which is 350 megawatts. And this project has been around, 35 years and is a real testimony to the durability of renewables. That's solar thermal. Next slide is the Apple campus. I did a tour of this facility about a year ago. This is the world's largest solar roof, 17 megawatts. It is a spectacular building, the largest sheets of curved glass in the world. They have all this beautiful curtain wall glass. The inside of that donut hole there is big enough to fit the entire San Francisco 49ers stadium, could fit in that. And they filled it with fruit trees. Anyways, this is the Apple campus, largest solar roof in the world. Let's go to the next slide. World's largest battery storage project in San Diego. So California really leading the way on all these new industries. And it is a point of pride. I do want to point out, the solar industry globally began in California. We did the first utility scale projects in the world in Sacramento. The wind industry began in Altamont Pass, first utility scale wind projects, of course, electric vehicles here. This is really a point of pride for our state, and we give birth to these industries that then, I think of it like raising a family, and the kids graduate from high school, they go out of the house, and they're off into the world, and it's a really exciting role we play. Offshore wind is what we're working on now. I'm putting a lot of time into this. This project that you're looking at here is the first offshore wind project in the country. This is in Rhode Island. The East Coast beat us to it, and they're doing a great job. They deserve great credit. They're way ahead of us on this. We have a different situation here in California. We have a deep water shelf. The East Coast is a shallow water shelf. So our turbines have to be on floating decks, and there's a really exciting new technology that makes that possible. You can site them 20 miles offshore where they're not visible. The wind resource is incredible. So turbines on land in California are typically spinning, 35 to 40% of the hours of the day. Offshore, it's closer to 60%. And the scale of the turbines is incredible because on land, we're averaging about 2 megawatts for a turbine. Offshore, they're going to 12 to 14 megawatt turbines. So just to put that in perspective, one rotation of the turbine, which takes 4 seconds, powers a house for a day. So that's the scale of offshore wind technology. And it generates electricity at a time that's highly, highly complementary to solar. So it's up in the morning, down in the middle of the day, up in the late afternoon and evening. We're going to be working closely with the Biden administration on that. Next slide. I mentioned a little bit of rooftop solar earlier. A year ago, we put into effect a mandate for solar on every new home in California through the Energy Commission's Title 24 Energy Code. We build about 100,000 new homes a year in California, and we now have over 1 million solar homes in the state altogether. Next slide. There are more Californians working in the solar industry than all California electric utilities combined. Next slide. We talked about this a little bit earlier, electrification of almost everything. This bus here is a bus made in California. This is Proterra making an electric bus. They're shipping to, I think, 40 different states, these electric buses, into states you wouldn't think. When you think about who's buying this stuff, you wouldn't think, it's Texas and Kentucky and all these places. Electric scooters, electric cars, electric bicycles, electric motorcycles, electric heat pump. This is one of the most important things you can do in your house is convert to electric heat pump. I did this about 3 years ago. It works great and cuts your energy bills. And so you're seeing all this connect. And all these devices then have to be what I'd call good citizens of the electric grid. And you can optimize the charging protocols to best help integrate renewables and support the grid. Next slide here, the all-electric home. We're seeing a lot of momentum toward all-electric new construction. This is a company called City Ventures. You save about $5,000 per house when you build without a gas line. And so that trend is picking up momentum as well. Next slide, high-speed rail, of course, is coming to California. And one more slide, you can see as part of that, we're now actively converting from diesel to electric the line that runs from San Francisco to Silicon Valley, and that'll be done in the next year or so. Next slide. I love this chart. It says 1900, where's the first car? If you click one more time, you can see that the car's there, and then click again, 1913 in New York City, where's the last horse, right? So a great example of how quickly new technology can be introduced and become ubiquitous. And we got to really have this mindset as we approach this clean energy transition that we're building. So next slide, I mentioned EVs is the top export in California. Our largest manufacturing facility in the state is an electric car company, Tesla. You can click through that. And we have 763,000 electric vehicles that have been sold in California. Let's go to this Tesla versus Ford and General Motors. You got to click through a few times, but just to paint the picture, it took 117 years here to get Ford to be a $28 billion company. Roughly the same thing with GM. Then you click through Tesla, started in 2003. Actually, that number is wrong. I should say, at least the one I have is wrong. Over an $800 billion company. Okay, lithium-ion battery prices. Next slide. Coming down almost 90% in the last decade. Great trend, and that is going to continue. There is, I'd say, another 50% cost reduction in the next few years coming with lithium-ion, and the energy density is improving at the same time, which really means the envelope of possibility for what can be powered with lithium-ion is not static, it's expanding, and that means trucking, et cetera, and more things are going to be powered by lithium-ion batteries. And meanwhile, the charging speed is increasing. It's kind of busy chart there, but that's basically the trend all going in the right direction. Let's go to this slide here. Electric vehicles will make up the majority of new passenger vehicles by 2040. This is from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. They do great work on analysis. And I'll begin to wrap up here. Lithium Valley is one of the big visions that I'm putting time into this next year. We funded $14 million last year for lithium development in the Salton Sea. We have an incredible lithium resource in the state that's in the geothermal brine, and it can be harvested in a closed loop, zero waste process. And so the goal is really to think about how do we take this raw material, and now that we have the end use markets of energy storage and electric vehicles that are really robust, and build out the whole intervening industry, including cathode manufacturing. So that vision of Lithium Valley, we're forming a Lithium Valley Commission to work on this at the governor's direction, and it's one of our big projects for this year. Next slide, I'll close with this story. I really think the challenge of getting off of fossil fuels onto clean energy is exactly analogous to the story of smoking in the United States. So both my grandfathers were in World War II, and every soldier in World War II got a free pack of cigarettes in their daily rations as part of the war. And so you had a generation of men come home from World War II as smokers, and smoking was ubiquitous. Doctors did ads for cigarettes. Johnny Carson smoked on The Tonight Show. Fred Flintstone smoked in the cartoons. President Kennedy smoked. Marilyn Monroe smoked. Some people say they smoked together, so we got to look at that. And then, next slide, the science came out that smoking causes cancer, and secondhand smoke causes cancer. You got to click through this a couple times here. And so what happened is the tobacco industry went from manufacturing one product, cigarettes, to manufacturing two products. They manufactured cigarettes and they manufactured doubt. They manufactured doubt. They put $100 million into junk science to distort that basic truth that smoking causes cancer. And that had the effect of delaying, but not ultimately stopping the science from being accepted for the truth that it was. And once it was accepted by the public, you can click through this, you can see all of these changes got implemented. Health warnings on packages, banning cigarette advertising from TV, cigarette tax increase, banning smoking on airplanes and sales to minors, and smoking in bars and restaurants, and cigarette sales and so on. And we went from half the country smoking to 14%. In fact, I think it's even a little bit lower than that now, closer to 12%. Really one of the best public health success stories in our country's history. And I think, you know, as I wrap up here, I'll just close by saying I think the manufacturing of myth and the loss of fidelity to truth, you know, these are some of the biggest challenges that we face in our society and our world today. And it's incumbent upon all of us as we go forward in our work to really dispel mythology and help truth get accepted everywhere. And when we do that part right, good things happen. And I really believe the same mythology that's been propagated by some fossil fuel companies about climate change being a myth, you know, that is ultimately a winnable fight as well. And it's something we all need to take on. So with that, I will close and just thank everyone for having me.
Thank you so much, Chair Hochschild. That was extremely informative. And in many ways, it validates the importance of this summit, our energy goals at Metro and for the region. Thank you very much for your time and for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, now we're moving on. The time has come for our expert panel discussion on energy resiliency in the region. We have the top sustainability leaders on the panel and co-moderating this discussion. Our first co-moderator is Heather Repenning. Heather serves LA Metro as the Executive Officer of Sustainability. Heather has been a leader in local government for almost 2 decades with a focus on creating sustainable communities. Heather is a former Vice President of the City of Los Angeles Board of Public Works, overseeing the Department of Public Works management of wastewater, stormwater, urban canopies, streets, and design and construction of public facilities. She also serves as Director of External Affairs. She also served as Director of External Affairs for Mayor Eric Garcetti, directing intergovernmental and community advocacy. Welcome, Heather. Our second co-moderator is Thomas Small. Thomas is the current chair of the Los Angeles Metro Sustainability Council, as well as the former councilman and mayor of the city of Culver City. Chair Small's initiative in office focused on excellence in urban planning, sustainable design and mobility, and included expanded strategies for public outreach for more engaged and responsive neighborhood and transportation planning. He's led the city's transit-oriented district visioning process, Iona Creek Revitalization Task Force, and the General Plan Update Subcommittee. Welcome, Heather and Thomas Small. I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you so much, Craig. It's such a pleasure to be here. I first would like to thank Dr. Chris Liebon and Heather Repenning for inviting me to co-moderate this incredible panel. And I just want to talk a little bit about the Sustainability Council and what an honor and a pleasure it has been to serve as the chair of that council. I want to thank Richard Clark, Brian Pennington, and Nadine Lee, and all of the Metro staff for their tremendous support of the council, and especially thank the members who have been so energetic and devoted to the cause of sustainability and to helping guide Metro on these issues. It's been a very dynamic group, and it seems to get stronger at every meeting. Well, resilience and sustainability are clearly some of the key issues of our time. And as Craig mentioned, I don't think we could have 5 more influential and powerful people in this field on our panel here today. So I'd like to go ahead and introduce them. We have Lauren Faber O'Connor, the Chief Sustainability Officer with the City of Los Angeles, Gary Giroux, the Chief Sustainability Officer with Los Angeles County, Nancy Pfeffer, the Executive Director of the Gateway Cities Council of Governments, Nancy Sutley, the Chief Sustainability Officer for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and our own Dr. Chris Liebon, the Chief Sustainability Officer of LA Metro. So panelists, if you would please, we can go in the order that I named you. If you could please tell us a little bit about your portfolios with your agencies and about yourselves as sort of to start us off. So Lauren, why don't we go ahead and start with you? Are we hearing me okay?
Yes, I'm off mute now, yep.
Yep, there you are.
Great. Thank you all so much, and thank you to Metro for putting on this important panel and overall day of really digging into some key considerations as Metro leads, the sustainability evolution and the conversion to a zero emission institution, a really important leader in this space. And so, as Thomas said, I'm Lauren Faber O'Connor. I'm the mayor's Chief Sustainability Officer in Los Angeles, Mayor Garcetti, and our role in the Sustainability Office is really to carry forward the integrated approach to sustainability, which marries the economy, equity, and environment together. That was an extraordinarily important concept for the mayor to really lead a forward effort and vision on how all of those things must work together in order to have a truly sustainable city and be a model for others. And we take that platform really seriously, and Metro has a very similar platform of being a global model. And so the mayor released his first sustainable city plan back in 2015, which really set off this trend of cities no longer separating out those issues of economic opportunity, equitable distribution of benefits, and environmental protection. But over the intervening years, we've seen such significant changes and even as Chair Hochschild talked about with technology and the urgency of climate change, and a moment that really demanded a complete revamp of our approach to sustainability through LA's Green New Deal, which was released in 2019. And that, again, takes a holistic look at climate action. It ensures that LA is upholding the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement, and it ensures that we're prioritizing an inclusive, equitable economy that protects those in greatest need, but also brings those frontline communities into the policymaking discussion and implementation. That's grounded in the 5 zeros: a zero carbon grid, zero carbon transportation, zero carbon buildings, zero waste, and zero wasted water. And frankly, Metro has an incredibly important role to play in all of those things, including how it approaches its policies and programs toward prioritizing justice for communities of most vulnerable communities in greatest need. So we always, we are extraordinarily fortunate to have the partnership of Metro, and of course, Mayor Garcetti is the current chair of the MTA, and really working to lead the transportation evolution to significantly expand the world of opportunity from zero emission and significantly diversified ways of enabling mobility and what that provides in terms of economic opportunity. So I know we're going to get into a lot of those questions here, so I'll stop there and turn it over to my good friend and colleague, Gary.
Great. Well, thank you, Lauren, and really, again, also appreciate having been invited to be here. This is truly an all-star cast, and it's always great to be on a panel with Lauren and Nancy and Chris, and of course Nancy Pfeffer's done great work in the South Bay COG, and thanks Thomas and Heather as well. So, I think where we come to this in the county, of course, is that the role of our office is to provide leadership on the issues of sustainability, and particularly for us, given the number of disadvantaged communities. 50% of the most disadvantaged communities under the Cal Enviro screen are actually in LA County statewide. So we may only be a quarter of the state's population, but we're clearly face significant environmental justice and racism issues, is to actually uplift those issues and bring them in. And our job, of course, as a small policy office, is to bring a unified and coordinated approach to those issues. And, we take this sort of broad view of sustainability. It's not just traditional environmental media like air and water and waste and energy, but also things like transportation and land use and how those fit together and how they affect housing and the economy and workforce development. And then, of course, given the county's role as the public health agency, public health became a driving principle of our work as well. And we're a new office. The board created the office about 4 years ago. And so, of course, the first thing you do is you start with a planning effort to try to figure out what is the roadmap for sustainability across this broad geographic diverse county of Los Angeles. And we took a unique approach to that, quite honestly. Before we put a single word on paper, we went out and talked to people. We held more than 100 meetings and workshops. We gathered some 6,000 ideas from across the broad spectrum of the community. And only then did we start the process of sort of churning that down into something that could be a sustainability plan. And then even after we had developed that draft, we went back out to the public and said, look, we asked you what you thought the plan should contain. You told us, we think we heard you, but tell us, did we get it right? And then again, several more rounds of meetings in all, an additional 50 meetings and workshops to just sort of make sure we got it right. And that was important. That deep community engagement is critical, and that listening to the community where sort of real world expertise exists had to be part of our process, and it's continued to be part of our process now as we gone through implementation. We go through an annual priority setting exercise that includes community engagement. But our plan is county-wide. It's segmented into areas where we can have some direct influence or control for the unincorporated areas, but it also is meant to coordinate among cities and provide a model for cities, and then it is also focused internally on our own operations. Our role in the county also is to serve as the advisor to the Board of Supervisors on these issues. And we recently got asked by the board to write a report on energy resiliency, which is being delivered this week. So we continue to provide leadership in that advisory role. But I will say, just in closing here, is since the pandemic, we've actually been asked to serve as the food security branch, the emergency food security branch, to help provide just the basic needed resources for those in need. And that's not an outlier. Food and food systems are part and parcel of our sustainability effort, and certainly part of our sustainability plan. But through that, we've now provided more than 8 million pounds of food to 150,000 families, and we've distributed $20 million in grocery gift cards to some 30,000 of the neediest families. We're delivering, over 4 million meals to older adults, and on and on. And that's just got to be part of the pandemic response. So I will leave it there. I know we've got lots to talk about and lots of great people to hear from. So again, appreciate being here today.
I think I'm up next. This is Nancy Pfeffer with the Gateway Cities Council of Governments, and thank you very much for having me here today. I will say that I have been the executive director of the Gateway Cities COG for 3 years now. Our organization, for those who may not be familiar with it, is a joint powers authority. We have 27 member city jurisdictions. We also have portions of 3 supervisorial districts and the Port of Long Beach, and all of those members collaborate for about the last 25 years on 4 key policy priority areas. Those involve transportation, especially transportation planning, air quality and climate, housing and homelessness, and economic development. Our region geographically is Southeast Los Angeles County, and we do represent in total over 2 million residents in our region. It didn't escape my notice that every single other member of this panel has the word sustainability in their title, and I don't. But I guess that just reflects that I'm kind of a practitioner on the ground, if you will, dealing with some of these issues with our local member jurisdictions. So let me just touch on a couple of those areas that I think are most relevant for this particular topic today on energy and resiliency. Under our air quality priority, we have engaged over the years in some energy and climate work. A couple things I'll highlight is a couple of years ago, we completed a climate action planning framework. I'm really proud of this effort, and it's right up on our website if anybody wants to go look at it, but it's intended as a toolkit for our member cities that are interested in developing a climate action plan. They faced a lot of potential expense and data collection, and so we tried to put some tools in place to make that less of a hurdle for them to do a local climate action plan. Another thing we've done just in the past year is to join the Southern California Regional Energy Network, the SoCalREN, and we are helping them reach our member cities and jurisdictions with energy efficiency plans and connecting our cities with resources to implement energy efficiency and water efficiency projects and other things that can reduce energy consumption and reduce environmental impact. In transportation, a few years ago, we completed a region-wide strategic transportation plan. And one of the aspects of that led to work on a series of complete streets plans on a list of 25 major arterial street corridors throughout our region. And the goal of those complete streets plans, which we are rolling out one after another in conjunction with the local cities, is to make those corridors usable, safe, pleasant, and workable for all the different users that we have. So with that, it's a quick overview of some of what we're working on. I'm sure we'll get into more as the rest of the panel proceeds. And I think Nancy Sutley was next after me. Thank you.
Thanks. Also, thanks for having me here. And great to be on this panel with the regional experts on sustainability. So for those of you who don't know the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, we are the city of Los Angeles's utility. We serve water and electricity to the 4 million residents of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles. You know, we've, as Lauren talked about, the 5 zeros, LADWP is helping the city to support most of those. We haven't really found a role for ours in dealing with waste, but everything else, water, transportation, buildings, and the grid, all critical parts of the city being able to meet its carbon neutrality goals. And so this requires that LADWP and significant investment, sort of once in a generation transformation of the way that we provide electricity and water to the people of Los Angeles. And so we are working towards our 100% renewable goals and working towards ensuring that we are helping our customers save energy and save money and help our grid at the same time, preparing the grid for transportation, electrification, and electrification of the economy as the grid gets cleaner and cleaner, and ensuring that our infrastructure is resilient in the face of some of the changes we see as a result of climate change, whether it's wildfires or storms, and making sure that we're prepared for that. So there's a lot going on. LADWP, you know, a little bit ago was at about 3% renewable energy, and now we get about almost 40% of our electricity from renewable resources. And as Chair Hochschild was mentioning, by 2030, we think almost 90% of the electricity that we produce will be carbon free, or the electricity on the grid will be carbon free. We've reduced our greenhouse gas emissions. We've cut them basically in half since 1990. And so we continue to develop programs to make sure that we're reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and helping to build a cleaner grid. So we also are helping to support the infrastructure necessary to help agencies like Metro with their plans around both expansion of the rail system and conversion of the buses to run on electricity. So I'll stop there. We'll have hopefully time to talk about all these issues as we go forward. Thanks very much. And I think Chris is clean up here.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy, and thanks, Heather and Thomas, for agreeing to moderate here today. I'm your last panelist at the same time as the host of this energy summit. You know, you've heard so much about Metro today, but just wanted to highlight just a couple of things relevant to the conversation here today. You know, our goal really is to ensure that for folks who are still thinking about many of the solutions that might be applicable just for LA Metro, think about, you know, the partnership that we've formed with the multiple organizations that you have and you'll be hearing from in this panel. You know, we've been collaborating with all of them as in all of them, in the past decade. Our program here in LA Metro, is going into the next 10 years. This program has been in place since 2008, and for the most part, in the early part of the implementation of the things that we're doing here, the focus was to just make the agency sustainable and resilient, and we've done that. We're going to continue doing that. But in the next 5 to 10 more years, as presented in our 2019 Climate Action Plan, as well as in the 10-year Sustainability Strategic Plan, we hope to do more, not only with our strategic partners, make more investments in terms of training, as well as infrastructure, not only in transportation, but related energy resiliency infrastructure in the region. But at the same time, think on how to reinvent, the energy needs and energy systems here in Los Angeles, so that we can continue to be a model, not only for our state, but for the world, especially those who are really looking for those innovative thinking. So I'll stop with those comments, and welcome our panel here again. Thank you so much for agreeing to be here with us today, and I look forward to an interactive session with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Well, let's dive into the questions. Let's start with one of the largest questions. It's been interesting to see the definition of resiliency evolve, particularly in relation to the concept of sustainability. How would you define resiliency, and how do you think it is or is not different from sustainability? What is the relationship between the two of them, particularly in your work and in your agency? Let's start out with Lauren, Gary, and Nancy Sutley on that question. And then we'll take the next questions Heather will pose.
Sure, thank you. The city itself has a resilience strategy, and of course it has our sustainable city plan, but a lot of the initiatives, the actions, and the programs proposed in either one of those strategies or plans are reflected in both plans, and that's because there's an understanding of a significant link and interaction between being sustainable and being resilient. Now, from a resilience perspective, we really think about being able to respond to endure, to adapt to either shocks in the system or long-term stressors. So these could be economic, social, environmental, or other types of shocks or stressors. We think a lot about seismic, for example, in Los Angeles when it comes to resilience. And that's about, social cohesion. That's about having the infrastructure that is able to support people and services in the face of shocks or stressors, climate change being sort of a long-term stressor that people are facing, with itself having intermittent shocks, whether that's a massive storm or a heat wave, like we've seen over our summers. I would say that to meet resilience, it's not necessarily a given that you meet sustainability. And so it's extraordinarily important to incorporate, and I've defined sustainability earlier around the incredibly important link between environmental protection, health of communities, and economic opportunity and inclusion. And really, to be sustainable, you also have to be resilient. But I think it's incredibly important to make sure that our resilience strategies account for those same types of linkages that we look at in sustainability.
Yeah, and this is Gary, and I think Lauren hit the nail on the head, so to speak. That was a comprehensive response, and so the other thing I'll really add here is that, in our mind, resiliency and sustainability go hand in hand. They're part and parcel of one another, and certainly that's the way we approached it in our sustainability planning efforts. We wove the notion of resiliency throughout our plan because we recognize that that has to be addressed simultaneously. And maybe just thinking about climate change and sort of how you might look at climate change from both a sustainability and resiliency effort. I think that the important thing is to recognize that while you're trying to build the systems that make our communities less vulnerable to the kinds of impacts that we're likely to see, those too can contribute to actually mitigating the issue. And things like urban cooling strategies are a prime example of that, where you can both provide the shade relief that you might need during a heat event, but also start to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by sequestering carbon, or with a cool roof by reducing energy usage itself, right, through energy efficiency. So I think we need to do both, and we need to do them as much as possible, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I think just to add, resiliency is incredibly important for LADWP, because our number one job is to keep the lights on and the water running in Los Angeles, and we really have to be able to do that, in all types of conditions. And we've seen how we are more and more vulnerable to the threats posed by climate change, whether it's increased wildfire, increased heat, more potent storms. All of those have an effect on both the water and the power system. And so, we have to really incorporate issues around resiliency into both our short-term planning and our long-term planning. But I think there really are the opportunities for win-win. I'll just be mad at Gary for stealing my example about trees. I was just about to say how, we, LADWP, for decades now, has been funding tree planting programs because the shade provided by trees helps to reduce energy use, but also provides cooling to our homes and to our neighborhoods. So I think as we think about resiliency, we look to those win-wins where we can provide what people need in a more sustainable way, and that makes the system more resilient. That makes our communities more resilient. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Heather, and I'm really excited to join this master class in climate action here this afternoon. Thanks for having me. And I wanted to remind anyone in the audience that we would love to have your questions submitted via chat, and in a few minutes here, we'll take a look at them and see which ones we can incorporate into our discussion. The next question that I wanted to hear from, and I think I'd like to hear from Chris in terms of his role at LA Metro, and also Nancy Pfeffer in terms of her role representing communities. What do you guys see as the key opportunities that the transportation sector presents to increase our regional resilience to climate change here in LA? Do you want to start us out, Nancy?
Sure, I can. I was deferring to Chris since you named him first, but I'll happily go ahead. I think I want to just, in answering this, I want to give a brief answer to the prior question too, because we are talking about increasing resiliency. And to me, resiliency is about having options. I'm very fortunate to live in downtown Long Beach, and if I want to go somewhere, I can get in a car. I can walk 2 blocks to an A-line train station. I can take a local bus. I can walk. I have a lot of different options. And I think that improves my ability to deal with anything that comes up. And to me, that really is what resiliency is about. And I think there's several things that the transportation sector can do to help with that. And one thing in particular that I'm really gratified to see, especially from Metro and other operators, is trying out different modes. We've seen Metro implement bike sharing programs. We're now seeing the Metro Micro initiative where we're looking at micro transit. I would love to see more car sharing. We only see that in the city of LA, and there isn't any in my entire region that I'm aware of. But I think that giving residents the option to access a car when they need one could be a very good option instead of having to bear the cost of car ownership. I'll say one other thing about what the transportation sector could do, and this is on the topic of trees that was just being discussed and greening. You know, we've made the connection at the COG between the desire for more active transportation modes and yet the increasing heat that we're going to be seeing. And I could see where the ability to increase tree canopy is going to make those walking and biking and rolling modes a lot more safe and pleasant and possible going forward. But our transportation grants aren't set up for that. And we've tried a few times in a few different ways to get that work funded, and it's not quite happening. So I would call for transportation grant providers to think a little bit more holistically about ways that we could use that funding to advance all of these public needs at once.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Nancy had mentioned there, and Nancy, thank you for the shout out, you know, to the innovative programs that has been done here in the agency, you know, through the leadership of our CEO Phil Washington, as well as, you know, the OEI team who had been very deliberate, you know, in not only looking at these new solutions for mobility and connectivity, but also looking at for new opportunities wherein Metro can connect. Just going back to Heather's question, you know, borrowing from our CEO's multiple comments about the backbone, transportation being the backbone, you know, not only the social fabric, but the economic activity here in LA County. You know, we not only move people. Part of our mandate as a state's chartered special jurisdiction is also to move goods, you know, across the region. And so, you know, I go back to, you know, the context in that sense of allowing, you know, not only, you know, having a resilient transportation system, you know, be able to continue on those activities, but at the same time allow, you know, for any disruptions, any economic disruptions here in the region to be least disruptive. If Metro is resilient, if the transportation systems that we build, we fund and finance here are resilient, then that connectivity, you know, remains. You know, it reminds me of, you know, this concept of, and sorry to geek out, you know, this concept of teleconnections, you know, butterfly effect, as some other people might characterize that. Any small impact to how we operate our system here, any particular issue on, you know, the things that, you know, we are responsible for would have significant impacts across the board. And so, you know, part and parcel of really why we're all here together, and I'm glad that, you know, some of these things are coming up in our conversation this afternoon, is that not only allowing us to look at, you know, what the gaps might be, understanding the importance of the connections between what our agencies are trying to do, and specifically for the people that, you know, Nancy Pfeffer is serving in her COG as well. But at the same time, you know, break down, you know, any of those barriers that might prevent us, you know, from continuing on to be a resilient region. We're getting there, but a lot needs to be done still. So.
Thank you.
Okay, so for our next question, really follows right up on the last one, particularly some of Nancy Pfeffer's comments. But the question really is for Nancy Sutley, for Lauren and Gary. But in thinking about the work of utilities over the next 10 years or so, what should transportation planners know or be thinking about in terms of operations planning?
Well, thanks. Yeah, it's an important question. I think one of the challenges that we face in this evolving world is really trying to make sure that the transportation and planners and utility planners are talking to each other, because we want to be sure that we can provide the electricity, the service that agencies like Metro need to support their electrification of the buses and the build out of the rail system, and that we can provide the electricity. So I think that, as we think about the way that that was built in LA in the 50s and 60s, it was, to meet the load that was there at the time, big industrial load, and now we have mobile load that's in different places needing to charge at different times. But we also think there's real opportunity to look at, for example, for charging buses, how can we make sure that we're integrating that into not only our grid planning, but it presents an opportunity with more and more renewable energy on the grid, that renewable energy behaves sort of differently on the grid than just turning on a power plant, and so thinking about where and when buses will charge is important. So we need to understand that, and so as we go through our plan, I'll give you one example. We broke ground a couple of months ago on a new receiving station, a big piece of our distribution infrastructure near LAX that will help support their modernization program, which includes the people mover and consolidated rental car facility and other transportation related needs. So I think there's real both an opportunity and a challenge to make sure that utility planners and transportation planners are talking and working together. And we are working closely with Metro to try to support all of their needs. Thanks.
Yeah, and this is Gary. I think all of that's right. And I think the other piece that is an opportunity is really around energy demand management, particularly during periods of high heat stress, climate-driven heat storms, that sort of thing. Where can the transportation system actually help bring efficiencies and increase load for utilities? Those are lots of big moving batteries, and during heat events, the question I guess I would think of as a transportation operations manager is, sure, we obviously need to move people, and we probably need to move people into cooling centers, whether those are official cooling centers or just to the mall, which is what most people's vision of a cooling center might be. So how do we quickly transition the use of the transportation system to, one, deal with getting people out of harm's way of, say, a heat storm, but also, quite honestly, how do we use it to help supplement the grid through demand response? I think that's an area ripe for lots of utility and transportation planning.
I would echo what my colleagues have said. I think they've really covered the important pieces of, the need to coordinate, communicate, and the opportunities to actually facilitate and help each other. Just an example is that in LA, we actually coordinate a task force, a body that includes LADWP, it includes Southern California Edison, LADOT, Metro, all together to address these questions, to tackle them, to do the communication, to do the coordination, because that itself is not easy and is not a given. And so just being able to bring the parties together to really it's a huge opportunity. We're starting, embarking on a whole new area. So getting it right in terms of that communication and coordination is really important. So that's been extraordinarily useful. It's been very, I think it's led to some really helpful advancements in, how we're looking at charging depots. Where does it make sense from a power availability standpoint? Where does it make sense from a, transportation planning and where the lines are? How can DOT and Metro and other Metro transit systems, in addition to those, be coordinating on some of those depots as well? So it becomes all kinds of interagency opportunities, and I think that's an exciting outcrop of our work overall on climate. And I think, Gary, you probably see this in the county as well. It sort of demanded a new level of cooperation and coordination, to steal a President Biden line, but a whole of government approach to solving the climate emergency.
Great, thank you. I am hoping to hear a little bit about battery technology, specifically, again, from Nancy Sutley and Lauren. Battery technology is a big issue that is plaguing the push to electrify transportation. As you know, at Metro, we are really on the bleeding edge of fleet electrification with our goal of electrifying 100% of our buses by 2030. It's big and it's bold, and so the technology emerging really matters to us. Our service area is 1,400 square miles, by the way, so we want buses that can go really far. So how do you see things emerging in this space over the next couple of years? Start with Nancy.
Well, maybe I'll start. Yeah, it's an important issue. I think we are very interested in how battery technology is evolving as well. I mean, even for our own needs, the ability to store energy is an important grid management tool. So to be able to store sort of hours, days, and months, years, batteries play an important role sort of on the utility side. But we've seen certainly in the industry projections, both the cost of batteries and the efficiency of the technology, the sort of energy density, make really dramatic improvements over the last several years, and we expect that to continue. And so, so as we deal with our customers, whether they're, Metro with a sort of rolling load, or even, big commercial customers who are looking for battery backup and things like that. I mean, understanding where and when those batteries will be and will be used and how they will be used is critical to our grid planning and our grid management. So it's an important industry for us, and I think one that we've seen a lot of improvement in. Thanks.
I think in terms of how we think about battery technology and the role of batteries, LA City and the region has a huge opportunity to be a technology push through our own procurement and our own energy development, whether that's on the utility side or on the transportation side. So we see ourselves as the ability as a key facilitator of that market through our own work, and that includes making sure that on the utility side, we're doing everything we can to make sure we're valuing the services that are provided by batteries, both behind the meter and in front of the meter utility scale appropriately. That's an evolving study of that total value, and making sure that we can channel all of that from a sustainability and a resilience standpoint. But also on the transportation side, as an example, whether it's, I mean, the medium and heavy duty space is extraordinarily exciting, the way that the region can push that market for batteries through our buses and what Metro and LADOT are doing to accelerate our commitment to zero emission, a fully zero emission bus fleet in LADOT by 2028. The mayor just accelerated that commitment. Metro has maintained its extraordinary commitment to 2030. But also what we're seeing down at the Port of Los Angeles, so a proprietary department of the city where we are pursuing, really important policies to, again, bring forward to accelerate the deployment of zero emission trucks, heavy duty trucks. All of these things send really important signals to the market to speed up the development and bring, continuously improved, both from a performance, from a weight and size, and of course from a cost standpoint, so that we can continue to deploy.
Thank you.
Great. So air quality here in the Los Angeles region is something where we made great progress over some decades, but have been very challenged these last several years. And driven by poor air quality, driven primarily by transportation emissions, is a problem that we must confront head on over the next few years. How can we do this in an equitable manner? So I'd love to hear from Nancy Pfeffer on this, and from Chris, and also from Lauren.
Thanks, Thomas. That's a great question. And I really have to start with partnership and leadership. I think it really, the solutions have to come from collaboration, and we really need to encourage that at all levels. One thing I'm really looking forward to is a better partnership with the federal government. Obviously, we've come out of a period of a lot of division between California and the federal administration, and I'm hopeful that in the new administration we're going to have a much closer working relationship, because many of the sources of pollution are regulated at the federal level, and we don't have that jurisdiction here. But with that said, there is a lot we can do with our state agency, local agencies, and we definitely need to have some very close partnerships with the Air Resources Board, with the South Coast Air Quality Management District, and with an alphabet soup of other agencies, the Energy Commission, the California Transportation Commission, the Public Utilities Commission. So we all need to have the leaders of those agencies talking with each other and working to fulfill the state's very challenging goals. I think, though, even at the local level, and again, I want to compliment Metro, I think it's incredibly important to get everybody in a room together. I would really like to compliment Michael Cano at Metro, who's been recently developing a goods movement strategic plan, and he has really taken care to bring a lot of the local players together in one space, whether we did it, in person before COVID, and we've done it successfully online several times since then. And I think that kind of dialogue and collaboration is essential to equitable outcomes. If we don't have the right folks in the room, we are not going to have an equitable solution. And even if we do, that's just the beginning of it. But we definitely need to push for those collaborative conversations.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on Nancy's comments, I was just in a race and equity panel, and part of the conversation there, not necessarily related to the question, but who are the people in the room, right? And how do we essentially create that atmosphere we're in, specifically those who are impacted by the things that we do, are actually part of the conversation. And the strategy is quite straightforward, but folks may not necessarily be fully aware of it. That looking around the room, who else is missing? Who else needs to get invited, and take that proactive approach and actually bring those individuals in. And part of that really is part of the issue. Really is also maybe a stereotyping challenge folks who maybe have been part of that conversation or just know who to approach, but not necessarily who else they need to approach. And so that's one part of it. The other part of this, going back to point here, I just wanted to mention, has not been fully articulated yet, but the intersectionality of energy resiliency and GHG goals. Part of the conversation we have here in the organization is that we are already the cleanest fleet in the whole country, if not the world. Going to zero emissions buses would further eliminate the emissions from specifically from our buses. And one of the challenges that we have, and we're working with Gary and Nancy and the Clean Powers Alliance, is bringing in a significant amount of green power, green, lean, clean power, that would come in to be as propulsion power, not only for our trains, but renewable energy, renewable natural gas, for example. We've been 100% renewable natural gas now for our CNG fleet, and then later on, as we convert that to ZEBs, work in the clean power as well. The other part, there are a couple of things I just wanted to point out here that may not be top of mind, but just want to put it on the table for discussion, is workforce development. Who has access to these kinds of technologies, to these kinds of jobs associated with these technologies, and as we move forward with our transportation goals here in LA Metro, we're making our communities aware of those opportunities, and have been partnering as well, with through the Sustainability Council, through other entities that might and who are very interested in this space. And last but not the least, just want to tackle the issue of life cycle and infrastructures that are being built. A lot of times, the consideration for equity and environmental stewardship are for the things that we physically see at the moment, but not necessarily the things that are associated with the building of or the disposal of, those capital investments, when they're used in communities. And so I just want to put that on the table that, there are a lot of equity and justice, environmental justice issues associated with the front end of that life cycle and the back end of that life cycle. And for us who are thinking about this and planning for these and using these and maintaining these in the future, that should all be part of the conversation.
So I think, for the transportation sector to own its role in being the largest source of air pollution in the region is really important. We have to own that role and realize the responsibility that comes with it and the opportunity that is part of it as well. And so also recognizing that that role has had a disproportionate burden on Black and brown communities, people of color, low income, who have been walled off through the highway system, through a number of historic economic and infrastructure decisions that we have to make sure that our decisions going forward, A, don't reinforce, and B, actually focus on undoing a lot of that history of harm. And there's so much that can be done in the transportation sector. I mentioned the port. The San Pedro Bay Area is really the most polluted part of the United States because of that confluence of ships and rail and trucks all together. But what you see that communities are demanding, it's so exciting, because if you go in and listen to communities. And I would say that's thing one is what Nancy said is partnership, is bringing in the neighborhoods that are most affected, that need to be prioritized, that need to be heard, so that the interventions that are going into those communities are ones that are needed and wanted. And what we've heard as an example in a number of cases are things like, I want my bus line to be a zero emission bus line. I want to be front of the line to convert the buses that service my community to electric buses. And that is loud and clear over and over coming from communities across Los Angeles. And as Gary noted, we have an unfortunate disproportionate amount of communities that are most burdened by environmental harm. So electric buses are demanded, and yes, we have to be aware of that life cycle, as Chris was saying, but what's so exciting is even thinking about the second life of those batteries, where they can work in people's homes and other commercial operations, if they're not sitting on a bus at the moment. And so there's so much to develop that really continues the positive reinforcement of benefiting communities in highest need. And I would say that the other piece, making sure that we hear about is options, is diversity, is high quality, but diverse set of options that people can use based on need. Another example that we saw during has been in place now since 2016, possibly 2015 actually, is Blue LA, which was the first low-income electric vehicle car sharing program really in the country. And this has been a program that we've expanded across communities of greatest need in Los Angeles. But also what we saw was at the start of the pandemic, so almost a year ago now, when everything shut down, we shut down everything. And so Blue LA, as a service that LADOT provides, did temporarily shut down. And there was an outcry on behalf of its members. And these are, low income members of our communities who we know that they use this service as critical services, going to the grocery store, going to the doctor, serving as a delivery person themselves and being able to stay employed. And so having a diversity of options. So we were able to, install some new protocols in order to get Blue LA back up online, because it served such an important purpose to some of our most disadvantaged communities that we understood, by just the feedback directly, and made sure that we could continue providing that service. And I realize that City of LA can talk about air pollution and public health till we're blue in the face, but actually the county, it runs the region's health services, and the health department, and services our public health department. And so Gary, I wonder if you have some things that you want to add here too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and yeah, I'm cognizant of the time, but I think this is an important question, and I'll be very quick and just say that I think we have to recognize and acknowledge that just the same way that COVID has disproportionately affected communities of color, and Dr. Ferrer, the director of the Public Health Department today, was talking about the inequities in the vaccine rollout and the work we need to do to address that. So too has environmental pollution affected, and climate change affected disadvantaged communities, and particularly communities of color. And to point just a quick statistic on that, 1 in 4 Black children in Los Angeles suffer from asthma, and that's not by accident. That's actually, to be blunt, by design. It's a direct result of racist and discriminatory policies, and we have to acknowledge that, as Lauren said, all of our role in that, and we need to actively fight against racism in the work that we do. And just to put a quick cap on it, the County of Los Angeles has launched its own anti-racism initiative, and we were fortunate enough to get Dr. D'Artagnan Scorza from the Justice Learning Center to lead that effort for us and really bring anti-racism throughout county policy.
Thank you for that discussion. And I wanted to actually go to a question from the audience on a similar topic. So I'll read it. A question for all. The past year has presented us with events that have really cut through and exposed social and economic inequities. Speaking more specifically to racial justice and COVID-19, how are you, your agencies or offices, addressing resiliency efforts from those standpoints, advancing social justice for Black and Indigenous communities of color, and mitigating long-term disruptions like the pandemic? So I'm going to go ahead and call on both of the Nancys to respond to this one. I think it's very similar to the discussion we've been having, but this is clearly important to our audience members as well. So just wanting to hear more on this topic of responding to inequities in how we're addressing resiliency.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is Nancy Pfeffer. I'll dive in first. I'll just give a short answer. I think this is an incredibly important question. And you know, I'm pleased as where we stand today with our organization is that our board really reflects the demographics of our region, and I think that's a strong place to start from. And of course, we have majority communities of color in our region, and numerous low-income communities as well. Just as a fact, you know, 75% of our residents live in census tracts that are designated as disadvantaged by Callan virus screen by the state's model. So that just gives you a sense of our communities. And as I said, I'm working with my board to develop a legislative agenda. And I'm speaking about this here publicly, even though it's only in draft form and has not been brought forward yet for consideration by my board. So with that caveat, I just want to say that we are trying to include these very important issues in that legislative agenda. And it's my hope that my board will be interested in adopting the proposed agenda that we have, and it absolutely will include a statement that we would support and lead initiatives that would address these issues of economic inequality, racial inequality, and the historic factors that have led to the situation that our region's in now. So I look forward to continuing that work, and it's only beginning, but that's what we're working towards. I appreciate the question very much.
Yeah, thanks. You know, we have a mission to to provide safe, clean, reliable, affordable water and power to all residents of Los Angeles and all our businesses. So this has always been an important consideration, thinking about how we're making sure that we're providing a high quality service to everyone who lives in and works in Los Angeles. And so we started a few years back trying to quantify some of that. So we've had what's called our equity metrics data initiative, which really looks at a number of measures, both on the sort of operational side, so measures of frequency of interruptions and things like that, as well as programs. So our energy efficiency programs, where our electric vehicle charger rebates going, looking at them across the city to ensure that our disadvantaged communities, our disadvantaged neighbors are not being left behind, and certainly not being left behind by this clean energy revolution. So we've really tried to think about all of the programs that are helping to transform transform LA to a carbon neutral city, and making sure that those benefits are being felt across the city. Specifically around COVID, we have suspended any disconnections for non-payment, and we'll expect that to continue for some time, and really trying to make sure that our customers who are having economic challenges, paying their bills, and people feeling the economic stress associated with COVID have options and can manage their utility bills. But this is an incredibly important issue across the city. This is a citywide effort across all city agencies to ensure that we're addressing issues around racial justice and equity. Thanks.
This is Gary. If I could just jump in again quickly, and apologies for inserting myself here, but I noted in the question about Indigenous peoples as well, and I want to just acknowledge that these are in fact the ancestral and unceded lands of the Tongva and the Kizh and the Tatavam and the Chumash, and we always want to honor and respect that. As part of our own climate vulnerability assessment work that's going on right now, we are specifically reaching out to the indigenous tribes, the native tribes here, as well as urban Indians that may not be part of a local tribe, but that are part of the broader native community. To understand the impacts of climate change on them and their members, their populations, but also to take native knowledge and be able to see how we apply that in the work that we do. So I just wanted to mention that quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate that reminder, Gary.
Absolutely, very important and fantastic that you're pursuing it in that way, Gary. But just to make this discussion even more immediate, let me ask: we are heading into the 11th month of this unprecedented global pandemic. Could you make some connections for us between public health, transportation, and sustainability, and particularly in regard to this, public health crisis like nothing else before we've ever experienced? Let's go right back to Gary, as the county is largely in charge of that, and then I'd like to hear from Nancy Pfeffer as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and yeah, certainly I've talked a bit about the disproportionate impacts of COVID across our communities. When you think about the intersection of public health and transportation and how are we addressing these sorts of issues, we hear a lot these days, I think, about things like the 20-minute city and how the way people work is going to be changing, and certainly has changed during the pandemic as we're all in our private homes or apartments or wherever we might be. And the question becomes, of course, can we keep up some of that? Can this actually be an inflection moment for us to build on some of the gains we've seen through things like telecommuting? But we also have to acknowledge, and I think there are real opportunities for that, and I think we want to make sure that simple solutions that we've seen, like taking away parts of our roadway that are just so much dedicated to the automobile and actually returning them for use of people, whether it's for outdoor dining or whatever it is. Again, Los Angeles should be a leader in that. But, I think because we're always cognizant of this sort of equity question, when LA DOT, and I'll acknowledge the city of LA's work on this, did some real interesting work around VMT reductions and where they were seeing those VMT reductions. I'm sorry to use jargon, but this is a transportation panel. Everyone knows vehicle miles traveled. And what's interesting is that we didn't see substantial VMT reductions in neighborhoods like Watts and Pacoima. The biggest decreases in VMT were in like Century City and Rancho Park. And then when we think about the notion of a 20-minute city and everything being close and walkable or bikeable, I think that also questions the viability of some neighborhoods, and are we marginalizing some neighborhoods where that's just not possible? And so I think we do have opportunities. I think the pandemic and the public health crisis has pointed out ways that we can change our land use and transportation, but we have to, again, start from for whom are we changing it? How do we make sure that we're addressing these issues in a fair and equitable manner? And all of the discussion that we've had to date about in real, honest, authentic engagement with affected communities, I think, has to be part of it.
I will try to add to Gary's excellent answer. I'm grateful for everything that you said. This is actually, honestly, not an easy question for me. Our agency, as I mentioned, has 4 policy priorities, and public health is not explicitly among them. And nonetheless, obviously, things like transportation, air quality, housing, and economic development all relate very closely to public health. And I have been looking for ways to incorporate that more explicitly in the policy decisions that we have. With that said, I think I would simply point out just a couple of areas where we are engaged and where we may become more engaged that I think will facilitate those connections. I think just bringing up the whole issue of land use and housing development is again very much tied to these relationships between transportation, sustainability, and public health, and it is something that we're beginning to focus some new resources on, given some of the state planning programs, such as the Regional Early Action Program and the Local Early Action Program. Those are REAP and LEAP funds, and we're making use of those in conjunction with our cities and with the state to really look at how we may accommodate more residents and meet regional housing goals without exacerbating the overcrowding that we have in many of our cities. So there's a fine line to walk there, but all of those things are so connected. Overcrowded housing is one of the key places where we've seen the spread of COVID, especially in our region. And so I really think that the housing issues are very fundamental to public health. The other thing I wanted to highlight that Gary mentioned briefly was, well, I'll just say broadband, but it's the ability for people to access services. They may not be able to work from home, and I get that with many of our residents in service jobs that require them to be on site, but for kids attending school, for accessing medical services, for all kinds of other ways of even just staying connected with our families and people that are far away or whom it's not safe to see in person right now. All of those are reasons for everybody to have access to broadband, to have access to the ability to connect over the internet. It's very seamless for us here today, and we're very fortunate to have that, and very privileged to have that. But that just needs to be so universal, and I would say that that's another public health issue as well. So I appreciate the question and the opportunity to give a short answer. Thanks.
Lauren, did you want to comment on that from the City of LA as well?
I mean, hard to say no. But I think that I addressed some of it and don't have too much to add. I would just say, and I think Nancy, this was in some of what you were saying, is that addressing trying to move forward with what we are seeing as the intersection between transportation, sustainability, air pollution, pandemic all together. And if we really are, with that understanding, with that knowledge, we have to really address transportation, not in a vacuum, that there's so many other, and I think this is, Nancy, what you were getting to, there's so many other aspects to why transportation is a big issue for communities, in need, for our most disadvantaged communities. And that has to do with our housing policies, that has to do with broadband access, that has to do with our support for local businesses and for our support for local schools, and people making choices based on those, and mobility and transportation being kind of the connector, the mode for all of those things, the enabler or not, that then lead to these other impacts that we're seeing. Now we're seeing them actually kind of play out, but in terms of actually addressing them, not looking at transportation in a vacuum in order to move forward.
Great. Thank you all. I'm going to ask the next question, and I want to combine it, if possible, with one of our audience questions, if that doesn't make anyone's life too difficult. So last week, a new president was inaugurated, having run on a platform of building back better and addressing climate change. I believe he actually spoke on this issue today. Do you have any predictions about what the Biden administration may have in store for us in California, and what their work may mean for us around energy and climate resilience? And for this, I want to call on Nancy Sutley, who I know has direct experience working in the White House, and I'm going to call on Lauren O'Connor, since I know Mayor Garcetti has a very special relationship with the new president. And I also want to hear from our own Chris Laban as well. And I want to go ahead and read out the audience question and see if there's a way to talk about both together. How are your agencies engaging with the business community to develop public-private partnerships to deliver solutions? So in thinking about what we can do in working with the federal government, and what is the role as well that you would see for the private sector in that?
Sure. So trying to unmute. Yeah, so, I think President Biden today talked about addressing the climate crisis as really a jobs and economic opportunity. And I think we've certainly seen that here in Los Angeles and across California with the investments in renewable energy and in energy efficiency, in electrifying our transportation sector. Those are really great opportunities for investing in infrastructure and creating jobs, but also helping us to meet our climate goals. And I think also, this focus on infrastructure, thinking about resilience and thinking about just the nuts and bolts of the systems that keep our economy and our society going, whether it's our buses and roadways or our electric grid. These are real opportunities to both grow the economy, create jobs, and make meet our sustainability goals. I mean, you think, the federal government is always looking for models, and looking for success stories, and looking for ways to show what is possible when it comes to these kinds of investments. And so I'm fairly confident that there will be a close working relationship between the Biden administration and Los Angeles and all of California to really show many parts of the country about how you can grow the economy, green the economy, strengthen your infrastructure and your resiliency, and meet our important sustainability goals. So I think there's lots of exciting opportunity. We are anxious to see what that means in terms of investments coming from the federal government to help support many of these types of programs. And also, I think the president this morning talked about the importance of science and technology. So really putting the strength of the federal government behind helping to not only develop new technologies, but to reduce the cost of commercialization in deployment of new technologies. So we're talking about batteries earlier, things like that, where that's federal investment can help spur on real improvements in the technology. Thanks.
And just to add on to Nancy, I mean, I would say that I'm all excited. I'm all hopeful. That's how I'm approaching this week and going forward. Including my child is very excited and hopeful, but I'm gonna go play with her in 5 minutes. And so, you know, he ran on this platform, and today there was a series of exciting announcements. And, you know, Nancy, you talked about jobs and infrastructure. He also talked a lot about justice and environmental justice and incorporating that really directly into formally, informally, you know, into all of the actions that the administration is going to take. But another reason that I'm really excited and hopeful is because I think that this administration, through the president and vice president themselves and through the people that they've brought in to run their agencies and run their efforts, they explicitly have recognized and seen the role of subnational governments, of states and cities, in really delivering on the objectives that they're setting. In the words of Mayor Garcetti, in a conversation that he had recently with both Gina McCarthy and Secretary Kerry together, was that they need to think of cities as the 3 Ds: the dreamers, the doers, and the defenders. So, you know, dreaming, we think big and we are willing to try and experiment with new things. The doers is we're actually on the ground doing the work, whether we're the ones deploying the renewable energy, deploying the electric vehicles, the electric buses. We're the ones doing the work now. And we can be their defenders, their greatest defenders in explaining to others why what their policies and objectives are so important and how they're benefiting real people on the ground. And so they recognize that. And so everything that the opportunity is endless in terms of their way to supercharge our current efforts and enable us to go even further. And just a point on the business side is sort of twofold. One, I think that this enhances the incentive to be really to be coordinated, partnership-oriented, and interdisciplinary in the way, you know, different projects or programs move forward. That government needs to work with communities and work with businesses, and that can really be, you know, whether that's competing for grants, you know, federal grants, or whether that's, you know, being able to achieve certain goals. That kind of coordination is indeed very important. A quick example on the business side is what we're doing with the Urban Movement Labs. So you can look up Urban Movement Labs, but this is really about welcoming innovation, tech and mobility innovation into the city by enabling experimentation in certain types of environments across Los Angeles, whether they're totally closed environments or semi-closed, semi-open, open environments, whether that's, you know, campuses or, you know, in and around goods movement, really working directly and trying to welcome industries in to help us push forward, to be those dreamers and those doers.
Yeah, and just to round off on that one, to piggyback on what's already been said, you know, LA Metro, you know, has had a very close relationship with President Biden. You know, our own CEO was the chair of the Transportation Transition Team, and you know, as was mentioned publicly in the Executive Management Committee of LA Metro, in which Mayor Garcetti is chair of that committee, that the federal government is already looking at you know, some of the innovations that's been done here in Los Angeles, not only of our agency, but in partnership, you know, with the multiple organizations that are also present in this panel. In terms of the investments, the private organizations, the private sector, it's not necessarily a panacea to, in a silver bullet, if you may, for the private sector to partner up with an agency like ours. But, you know, let's face it, you know, most of the agencies, including LA Metro, publicly had already reported that these are very challenging times. Not only in fiscal resources, but at the same time, looking at how we're conducting business as an organization, and this agency's the partnership with private industry is nothing new to this organization. We've heard so much about the public-private partnership projects that we're working through right now, courtesy of the initiatives that our own CEO had put out. But prior to that, we have, through some authority that was given by our board to our staff, reach out to the private partners already, specifically in sustainability strategies, and more specifically on energy, renewable energy, and water resources strategies and projects here in the organization. We found out a lot, during that time on what could be done here for our organization. We also found out a lot in terms of what works and what does not work. And so that has given us, as an agency, the lessons learned, the ammunition, if you may, to be most and best stewards of the resources, fiscal resources that we've been entrusted, moving forward. And given these opportunities that we foresee, given President Biden's agenda, all of the things that have been talked about already relative to this question, we continually seek those opportunities so that we can advance not only the transportation agenda, but in making a significant dent in reducing the transportation emissions contribution to GHG emissions impacts.
Great. Well, we just have a couple of minutes for closing statements. We'd love to have them be a little hopeful. And let's start with Nancy Sutley and Lauren, as I know they need to jump off in just a second.
Well, thanks, and thanks for this panel. It's been a lot of fun. I would just say that, I think there's really exciting opportunities as our grid gets cleaner and cleaner. It really unlocks opportunities in transportation to make the transportation sector cleaner and cleaner as well through electrification and through these infrastructure investments. And we look forward to continuing to work closely with Metro on its plans and really see ourselves as part of the solution to our local pollution problems, as well as reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and providing mobility and economic opportunity across the region. Thanks.
I'm just really hopeful right now because I feel like we're in a moment. I think we're in a moment, and our renewed calls for racial justice are really putting all of these issues at the forefront. And I think if we can sustain our commitment as a country to really addressing that issue, then issues around climate and solving the climate emergency will be enduring. The solutions, the partners, the support for these types of actions, I think will finally endure and not kind of come in waves, because they will be therefore grounded in equity, grounded in community, in meeting the needs of people and community. Again, being supercharged by the actions that are taking place by regions like the Los Angeles region, and also now our federal government. And so I think all of these things coming together are what's really going to lift the issue of climate into a space it already is now lifted into a space it's never been. And I think that the role of our commitment to racial justice is what is helping solidify that, and vice versa. And that's what makes me very hopeful for addressing a lot of these intertwined crises.
Great. Gary or Nancy?
Yeah, I'll jump in here, sure. Definitely completely concur with both Nancy Sutley and Lauren. I think this is a hopeful moment, and there's lots to look forward to. I think for me is really recognizing that there is broad public support for addressing climate change. We've seen polling here in the United States that 2/3 of the public supports taking this issue head on. So, you know, there are naysayers out there, but really the vast majority of the public understand the issue. As Commissioner Hochschild pointed out, we're winning the information war here, and recognize that we need to take action. And I think that's true across the board. I've seen public polling, not on the transportation side, but even on the building side, that there's broad public support for reducing fossil fuel use in our building stock. So it's clearly a time for pivoting and for really moving these issues forward. And as somebody who's worked on them for over 20 years, both having been in the city of Los Angeles like Lauren and LADVP like Nancy Sutley, it's just great to see, I think, an inflection point here.
And I guess I'll just conclude by saying that I do have a lot of optimism. It's just great to see all of these leaders that are here on this panel. I'm really honored to be part of the group. And with leaders like these, we can go far with this kind of collaboration, and it's very hopeful to see. I also just wanted to mention that I was so inspired by the presentation given by Chair Hochschild at the beginning of the just before the panel. I learned a lot from that. I don't deal with the grid issues every day, and to see how far we've come and how the price signals and the economic signals have really shifted over the last few years and decades is very hopeful. You know, we in our region are going to work on the policies that will enable those vehicles, whether there's passenger cars or heavy duty vehicles, trucks, buses, all of those are very important to us. Get all of those to electric as soon as we possibly can. And it's good to know that that grid is going to be there to provide the energy in a very green, renewable, and sustainable and even regenerative way. So that gives me a lot of hope. Thanks for having me on today.
Chris, the final word on this panel?
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for spending time with us here today. You know, your counsel and your contribution, as well as the ideas that have been spurred in here, really makes us think, of how we can move this agenda forward with you and for you as well. COVID-19, as I mentioned in an earlier talk, COVID-19 has really made a dent in ensuring that we need to that we rethink on how we do business, not only as an agency, but in how we allow ourselves to come out of that. We are resilient people here in Los Angeles. We are resilient agencies, and what we've heard here today and in your comments, reinforce that fact. We look forward to working with you. We've started a number of different projects, as well as conversations already with pretty much all of you in this panel, and then with other organizations across the region, and with the things that we've learned, not only here today, but in the last two summits that we've conducted this past year, certainly would inform as well as rejuvenate, all of the things that have been dampened by this pandemic, as well as this fiscal crisis that we've seen. There's hope, there's optimism, time to do action, and we're glad that you're here to do this with us. Thank you again, and to our moderators, to Craig Ryder, and to our staff. Thank you so much for organizing this for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you to all of our panelists. It's been a great conversation, very topical. And I want to thank my co-moderator, Thomas Small, for the time he spends with our Sustainability Council at LA Metro. So we'll hand it back over to you, Craig, to take it into the next segment of this event.
Thank you very much, Heather and Thomas and the entire panel for the great discussion on energy resiliency. I knew it was going to be good, but I had no idea it was going to be that good. And we covered so many topics, and you know, taking it into the environmental justice discussion, the climate change stressors that in many ways are driving a lot of the need for energy resilience. And it really it's just an absolutely impactful discussion that we heard. To echo Nancy Pfeffer's comments on Chair Hochschild's keynote speech, there were so many things that he noted in there that are so inspirational for California and what we're doing, that we're headed in the right direction. And as many of the panelists had stated, we have a lot of things coming together right now that are part of this energy resiliency framework that are going to make this all a reality. And this is the time, and to echo Chris Laban's words, it's the time for action. And I think we're going to see this take place over the next few years and certainly over the next decade as we start to put into action all the plans that we've developed, and as we see funding sources come in and the industry gets more engaged in the process, we are going to really start to take action. Next, I want to move into the next slide. I want to discuss the survey, but I also want to discuss the path forward, defining the path forward, and what that looks like. And so we're going to use the survey as the driver for this discussion, because, and thank you everyone for taking the survey. Thank you for spending the time to make a meaningful decision in these priorities, because they really do drive the actions that we take as government, as utilities, as companies. And I think we can see from this that there was a pretty clear distinction between those priorities. And what I want to do is I want to go through each one of these and then kind of highlight some of what we heard throughout the summit today that kind of reinforces what what you, the audience, you, the industry, and everybody that participated in this survey work to show, which is that we have to have a framework in order to be successful in these energy resiliency efforts. And so the first priority on here was to align on sustainability, performance, security, and affordability. And we heard a lot of great things from the panel regarding this. I think this is the #1 priority, and it was both expected and sort of shocking at the same time. And I think it's a really great indication that all of the efforts that are happening through government, through the market, through the industry are all driving these strategies and the efforts to get alignment on these, through companies, through government, and the policies and the regulations that are being supported, not only at the local and state level, but also at the federal level. And as Lauren had mentioned in the panel, the collaboration that is expected to be seen with the new administration is really going to start to solidify what we're doing here. Also, as part of this priority of alignment on sustainability, performance, security, and affordability, and this was mentioned by Indian Energy, is the TRL, the technical readiness level. To really understand these proven technologies for continuity of operations. It's critical that the investments that we make in infrastructure have the long-term benefits that are anticipated as part of the purchase and integration of these equipment and the infrastructure into our systems. And so really understanding the technical readiness level, bringing in operations as part of the discussion so that we understand where we can get the best benefits, where we can support critical infrastructure is key in this. Nancy Sutley had also mentioned regarding battery technology. It's not only involving, but it's an important grid management tool. Obviously, the utilities, and she's speaking specifically about DWP, but all the utilities are looking to integrate, and in many cases have already battery technology. But now that it's expanding to the not only large customers but smaller customers as well, it starts to change. It's called a disruptive technology for a reason, but it starts to change how the utilities have to plan for the integration of battery technologies into the grid. And so aligning on sustainability, performance, security, and affordability it's very good that became the first priority as part of the survey. Second priority was top-down leadership and strategic vision. And if you were paying attention as we showed this throughout the event, you probably noticed that this changed as priorities several different times. And I'm really happy that it made its way back up to number 2, because it really is so important, whether we're talking about Metro as an agency, whether we're talking about government in general, companies, academia, and so on. We have to have top-down leadership and strategic vision. We heard from Metro's CEO today, Phil Washington. We also heard from Chris LeBon, the CSO, with clear alignment and strategic vision for sustainability and energy resilience at Metro and for the region. That right there is what is needed in order to have action turn into reality. We also, Chris LeBon had pointed out that the CEO, our CEO, Phil Washington, is the chair of the transition team for Biden, which is really going to make that connection between the federal government and what we're doing locally here in the region. Chair Hochschild had pointed out in his keynote that we're seeing a large commitment from larger companies around California and throughout the United States to support the 100% clean green energy initiative. And that, large companies throughout California are getting behind this, supporting it, and requiring it as part of their new facilities. We're seeing this with a lot of tech companies. And the use of renewables to support data centers throughout California. Chris also pointed out that Metro is in many ways the backbone of the region here in Los Angeles. We move people, we move goods, and the system has to be resilient in order to be sustainable and provide value for the public and to sustain the economy. So this top-down leadership and strategic vision, it's definitely number 2, and I'm really happy that the survey showed that. Number 3 is a guaranteed continuity of operations. Let me just get to that real fast. So obviously continuity of operations is an important part, understanding what needs to be done in order to continue to provide safe and reliable service. And in terms of Metro, we talked about this throughout this event. We have to be able to guarantee that we have continuity of operations because people in Los Angeles County rely on LA Metro. And so really truly understanding what is needed, what the critical infrastructure is, what's non-essential and does not need to be needed as part of that is very important. We also heard from Gannett Fleming in the presentations today about using Six Sigma to evaluate, to determine, if technology is being accurate, reliable, and effective to be able to support continuity of operations. And that really is a good tool to be able to use. Lauren Faber O'Connor also had talked about energy resiliency and really looking at it from the standpoint of being able to integrate technologies that can respond and or adapt to the long-term stressors that we have, particularly in our region, which are earthquakes, storms, heat waves, and the like. And I thought there was a really important message that was sent there. That, and this is not, this is paraphrased, but it is not a given necessarily that you meet sustainability goals, but it is a given that we need to be resilient. And we do that in order to maintain continuity of operations. Next is cross coordination between governments, academia, planners, owners, and operators. This is so important, and this has been the whole purpose of this summit and these events that we've put on. And I think that it's really exciting to see everyone come together. We saw in that panel discussion the importance of everyone collaborating and having cross coordination. Chair Hochschild had talked about that the focus of energy resilience is around innovation, automation, and scale. That really is what everyone is trying to focus on and understand those three elements and how that can be integrated into our systems. Indian Energy had pointed out in their presentation the collaboration between the military, which really hadn't come up in any of the discussions up to this point, but the collaboration between the military and the cities and counties and the utilities, and the benefit that the military can provide and the challenges that they have in regards to energy resilience. And Nancy Sutley had also pointed out that DWP, as a utility, has to provide the energy and services that are needed for Metro to provide its service. So we're in partnership as it is in order to meet our energy resilience goals. And then next, we have integrated federal, state, local regulations and policies. Obviously, these are extremely important. It's tied in fourth place with the cross coordination. These regulations and policies, in many ways, they drive and they justify what it is we do. It's when you're in the positions that we're in, it's always nice to have a compliance measure behind you to use to help drive the action plans. But really understanding not only what the impacts are of those regulations and policies, but being able to stay on top of the changes as they're evolving. And we've seen a rapid evolution and adoption of regulations and policies, particularly here in California. Of course, Senate Bill 100 that requires the 100% of the state's energy comes from renewable energy and zero carbon resources by 2045. Which is really driving the RPS, the renewable portfolio standards that the utilities are trying to meet. They're going to change the whole landscape for renewables and what energy resiliency means in our region. Of course, Lauren had mentioned in the panel the aggressive actions behind the Green New Deal. They're driving many of the sustainability goals, particularly in the city of Los Angeles, one of those being energy resilience. Next is understanding long-term maintenance requirements. This came in 6th place. It really is important, and while this may be 6th place in the priority of a framework, the importance of including operations and maintenance in the decision-making process is critical to this. Even if that operation is not going to be maintaining it for the long term. If it's a P3 or some type of other delivery method, it's important to engage and understand what the long-term maintenance requirements are. And then lastly, develop a long-term financeable plan. Obviously, this is key. It's somewhat shocking that it's in last place, but I think the encouraging part and the reason why everyone's okay with it being sixth in the priority is that the state of the market and the appetite for investors to invest in energy resilience is so strong that we know in many ways that the money is there and that people are looking to invest in these type of technologies. And so you can see this is really a great framework that everyone has that was the results of this survey, and that all the different presentations and the different leaders that we heard from today really are reinforcing this exact framework right here that was presented. So thank you everyone for participating in this. Let's go to the next slide. Go to the next slide after that. Okay, so I want to say thank yous. I want to say thank you to everyone for attending today, everyone who's been on this journey with us. There are several people that I want to thank. So I need a minute to do this. Internally at Metro, so many departments have played a role in this. Our environmental compliance and sustainability team, everyone has played a role in that and has supported these initiatives and what we're doing in terms of energy resilience. Public relations, marketing, OEI, the Office of the CEO, countywide planning, operations and community relations, and others. Our support consultants, the Cumming Corporation, TRC companies, Burns & McDonnell, and LTK Consulting. The state and regional partners that were involved in the panels and the keynotes, LADWP, California Energy Commission, Loyola Marymount University, UCLA, SoCalGas, City of Los Angeles, Indian Energy, LA County, Gateway City Council of Governments, and Culver City Forward. And all other partner organizations who helped promote these events. Could not have done it without you. The firms that were selected for the white papers, AECOM, Clearview Lighting, Fusion ECST, Indian Energy, GDS Associates, Gannett Fleming, and all of the other firms that submitted as part of this, the request for white papers. Thank you very much for all of your time that you put into this. And I want to give out a very special thank you to our producers, Sam Purvell, Emma Sorrell, and Hallie Bovia, who have all worked together. I want to point out that it's an all-female production team that made all this happen, and it's just really exciting, and I could not have done it without you guys. The team could not have done it. Great work, everyone. Thank you so much. And I just want to close with this. We hope that everyone has learned as much as we have from these events. Our goal for these events was for us to share knowledge, and I think we've done that. We wanted everyone to be able to take back these ideas, concepts, and information to your agencies, your companies, your teams, your clients, your customers, and change the way we do things. Find more ways to collaborate, drive more innovation, reach across the aisle, and more transparency so we can move forward quicker with unified and expeditious decision making, so we can take action and so we can all reach our goals. Thank you so much for attending the Metro Energy Resiliency Summit, and have a great day.